Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. We are at the JATC South building, and we have 6 board members present. Mr. Dunford will be joining us shortly. The first item we have on our agenda is naming of the new elementary school in Harriman. So we'd like to welcome Ms. April Gadosh to the table.
Thank you. We are excited to be starting the process of naming our new elementary school in Harriman. I did put this schedule on board docs, so you should have access to it. Of course, I'll be working really closely with Caleb Yates, who is the new principal assigned to the school, and also keeping Meredith Doliak in the loop. She's the principal at Ridgeview Elementary, just because it'll be her community and it's kind of a unique situation, so we want to make she will be probably fielding questions at the school level, so we want to make sure we're keeping her. So, of course, this is based off of A11 naming of facilities and also our procedural guidelines for naming of new schools. So if you look on the board docs timeline, you can see we'd like to potentially start this week. We would, of course, send the directions or procedures to the community at Ridgeview, and which would be the new school community as well. Just the basics of how to access the survey and what they're going to be participating in. And then the following week, we'd like to go in and send out that first survey. In the first survey, we would be asking open-ended questions. So basically, we'd be asking what types of names, what names would they like to present to be considered. Once we have that survey out for a week, we would tabulate those results and presumably work with, it looks like it's in District 2, so that would be Mr. Barnett, if that's presumably the person, the board member to be working with. We would give those results to Mr. Barnett, and then he would come back with those 5 names that we would then put out in the next survey. In that survey, community members would be asked to rank those 5 in order of most favorite to least. And then once we get those results tabulated, of course, we would bring them back to Mr. Barnett again. And at that February 27th board meeting study session, he would bring those results and that name forward. So I'm happy to answer questions or discussion. The only piece I forgot to mention is we'd also, per the procedural guidelines of our district, we do send the survey to the mayors and city council members of the cities where students reside. So in this case, we would be sending those that survey to both Harriman and Riverton City, because those students live in both districts or both cities. Any questions or discussion?
Who are the stakeholders?
So it would be anybody that lives within that community, parents and students and teachers. So we would send it out to the community at Ridgeview. We'd send it to the cities who could potentially send it out to their members, their city that live within that boundary.
Families with students attending, or the entire community?
My understanding, it's just the city, the community members with students at Ridgeview. Yeah, that's my understanding.
I think that's who votes on it, but you can take the names and suggestions from anybody, right?
I know on the survey they have to put their address and they reside, so I think that's a piece of it, but maybe you're right, maybe the second.
You just wouldn't have the addresses of every patron.
Right.
So.
And I think that's why we share it with the mayors, because they can also push it out through their platforms as well. So we would only have the addresses of those students and those families, but they could potentially push it out in a broader way.
And you'll make sure all of us are on there, please?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
And can I just ask, on the survey where people are giving name suggestions, do we outline naming after people and those parameters?
Yes.
Just so we don't get a lot that we can't really consider?
In that original email that we send out kind of with the process, we'll put pieces of that in so they'll know these are kind of the guidelines, the basic. We won't put all of the guideline language, but we'll make
Perfect.
it. Yeah, that's a good question.
Are we going to call this an elementary school?
Yes.
I mean, because it is kind of a
Defer to
multi-purpose
superintendent.
school.
That's something that we will talk about as part of the naming process. We've thrown around like an upper elementary or, some other things like that. We've talked about flex school to this point because of the building's ability to switch, but I don't think a flex school makes it sound like it's a fitness kind of weightlifting sort of focus. I'm just kidding.
It is confusing.
It is, but I don't know that flex school is going to be a useful term going forward. So I was thinking like upper elementary or something along those lines.
But we could title it like we do with South Valley, just
Or
a
it could just-
name,
it
right?
could just be an
South Valley
elementary.
School or
Yeah, yeah.
And if
So that's
it's an
part of it.
elementary, then we'd have to rename it if it gets repurposed at some point.
that's what I'm trying to avoid. If we give it a name that doesn't say elementary on the end of it, and it could be used both ways, but then if we change the purpose of the building, then we can just drop that off. It's just something to think about. I don't
That's a
know
good
the
point.
answer.
I think it's part of the discussion about what the name ought to be, that what comes after that. Ridgeview Elementary School, Ridgeview. We wouldn't change Ridgeview Elementary's name, so maybe it would just be elementary school for this one as well. I think it would be. We just have to talk about the pros and cons of various names. We just want, I think, clarity around the name.
Yeah, that's.
So for instance, if the new school was Ridgeview Elementary, if we were going to take it from an elementary and maybe, let's say, we're going to make it to our virtual school, we could then call it Ridgeview Virtual School or something like that.
I would.
That would be confusing because we already have, that's maybe a bad example because we already have a name for the virtual school. But
Yeah.
that's just what I'm trying to think through is our purpose really isn't to have this be an elementary for its whole life.
Well, yeah, like I think if it was converted to a middle school, so, say we name it Robinson Elementary, which
I
would,
like
which
that.
would be against the policy, but just for the.
Well, unless I have a couple $1 million sitting around.
Depends on the level of your donation, Mr. Robinson.
I'm checking my piggy bank.
And then we actually build on and expand it and make it into middle school. Would we want it to be Robinson Middle School, or would we want just a whole new name because now we kind of have a newish building? Something to think about.
And maybe that's up to whatever board's in place at that time. So I don't know. I just wanted to think long-term through some of those things, and maybe we have conclusions and maybe we don't.
I don't know that there has to be anything temporary about the name. It can be adjusted based on any future use or anything like that. I think would be particularly important to give a name that gives a real sense of identity to the school.
Hey, any more questions? All right, great. Everyone's okay if we move ahead with this timeline then, correct? All right, thank you. Our next agenda item is a seismic study update. And Mr. Thomas, welcome. Rostrom, welcome to the table. Just, we just want to bring you up to speed on this particular issue. As most people know, we were notified last May that we would be approved for this grant in order to do seismic studies at some of our older elementary schools. And then there was a funding issue that caused a bit of a delay. They did ask us for more information at one point in time, and then found out that the other grants in Utah were given back in December, but we were inadvertently left off the list due to a clerical error. So, do you want to, Mr. Thomas, give us?
Would it be helpful if I just take a few minutes and go through the timeline? I think this has been such a long, drawn-out process, and we appreciate everyone's patience during this, and we've been frustrated as well. But if you'd give me a few minutes, I can quickly go through. I kind of summarized today. In December of 2020, the Utah Division of Emergency Management, the DEM, releases a public report on all state buildings and schools with suspected unreinforced masonry deficiencies. After that, we participated in a series of webinars and workshops which addresses the risks, the mitigation, and funding options early in the year of 2022. These were sponsored by Utah DEM. It was August 22 of 2022 that JSD, the grant specialist, begins the seismic grant application. A week later, August 29th of 2022, we submitted our notice of interest required for the grant. And a month later, we submitted the actual, is called BRIC grant application. After this, you can just imagine many follow-ups and inquiries at this point. So this is when we start following up and asking when we're going to get this. That was September 30th of 2022. May 19th, 2023, 9 months later, we receive our notice of award and are told that funding is expected to be given in the fall of 2023 per FEMA and Utah Division of Emergency Management. September 21st, 2023, 4 months later, we receive an email from the Utah DEM that FEMA has announced the implementation of what's called INF, or Immediate Needs Funding. The Disaster Relief Fund was approaching exhaustion, and only top funding priorities would be met until the finance situation was resolved at the federal government level. DEM informs us that we will still get our grant award, but that it will be delayed an estimated 30 to 60 days. November 2nd, 2023, Utah DEM requests an RFI, a request for more information, to provide additional project scoping with the due date of November 22nd. This request is after we have been told numerous times that we've been awarded the grant. We're also told the sooner we get this additional information to them, the sooner we'll get the award. November 9th, a week later, we submit the additional project scoping information that was requested. January 18th, 2024, 2 months later, we contact DEM to ask about our award status, and we're told that FEMA was supposed to award the grants back in December. They awarded all of the other grants and stated that ours was part of it, but somehow was left off. DEM claims that they have reached out to FEMA and is waiting for a response. The same day, I call Mr. Martineau with DEM and ask several questions about our grant status, why we weren't notified, when we might hear back from FEMA, and if I can get the FEMA contact information and call them myself. Mr. Martineau tells me that all we can do is wait on the FEMA response. No, I cannot share the FEMA contact with you, and no, you cannot call them directly. You must go through us. I explained our great disappointment in this process and the lack of follow-up. His response was, "This is typical FEMA." And then the next day, January 19th, Mr. Martineau sends Ian an email response that FEMA that reads, and this is a little bit confusing for me, but says, "We are looking into this. I submitted it for award, but I'm trying to figure out if it was pushed through after me. It should be awarded this month. I will let you know as soon as possible." And that's the response we got back. And that's where we've left it. So the indication was maybe in the next week or two, we should hear. And
So now, in the meantime, I've reached out to Congressman Owen's office and asked if they could help us and make a contact to FEMA or whatever contacts they have to see if they can, if we're still going to get awarded and when. We keep being told we will, but we've kind of been told that for about a year. So as you all know, we've been waiting on making decisions within our district on our facilities. We've been waiting on these seismic studies before we can make decisions. And, we've been holding off on making decisions and making improvements to some of our buildings. And we just have been in this holding pattern for a long time. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm at the point where I don't think it's wise to keep waiting much longer. So I just last ditch effort called Congressman Owen's office, and they're going to make some phone calls this week and see what they can find out for us.
I think it's so suspect that we're the only ones left off. How could that happen when we're such a large district? And I don't know.
that was our question as well. And they said either a clerical error or an oversight, but we'll look into it. And they said all the others were awarded late December. Well, like President Miller said, we're kind of bumping up against that. Typically, we bring back, not recommendations, but we bring back the initial list sometime in July or August for the board to start considering projects for the next summer. So if we knew by February, sometime early to mid-February, that would be March, April, May, June, July, sometime in August, we're already bumping up against extending that process to come back in order to give recommendations based on the assessment. The assessment will take between 5 to 6 months, correct, Dave?
Correct, yeah.
And so if we say, let's just say August, we're already pushing against that timeline to say, okay, board, here's what we have found out. Here's some recommendations for summer of '25. And not that you couldn't do that. You certainly could say, well, but it's just starting. We're getting to that point where everything will start to creep back just a little bit on us. And if we wait much longer, then of course it wouldn't be until, summer of '26. We don't, Dave, and we don't know, but we don't anticipate. Remember, there were the 3 tiers of deficiency, and if there were deficiency, we were in the best tier of it's likely there's under reinforced, not unreinforced masonry. So we don't suspect we're going to find anything that would be so critical that we couldn't mitigate it somehow. But again, it would be I'm assuming it would be part of a summer project consideration.
Can you remind us of the cost to perform these studies?
Yep, initially, so when we first came to the board and we applied for the grant, Reevely Engineering gave us an estimate based on, and they're the ones that did all of the work for the initial report. So I'll let Dave kind of give you those numbers.
So the good news is from our original estimates, we come up with $416,000, but through the SOQ and the actual bidding process, we're anticipating that it won't exceed like $231,000, so substantially cheaper on as we're going through the bidding process.
And to remind the board, I'm sure some of you remember this, but the whole deal with the grant was a 75-25 split. So of that 230,000 that Dave just taught, that would, 70, oh, is it 70-30? Oh, it's a 70-30 split. So we'd still be responsible for a portion of that, but it's substantially less than originally estimated.
So what I would propose is that we give direction to staff that if that grant approval letter comes back in the next week or two, we give them approval to go ahead and move forward and not wait for our next business meeting to vote on that. And then if it doesn't within the next few weeks, I guess we'll come back and discuss this again and decide what to do. Mr. Larson.
Yeah, so I think giving direction to staff that it's okay to move forward with the selected vendor ahead of time before the board would have normally formally approved the vendor would expedite this faster. Otherwise, even if we got the grant tomorrow, we would be waiting till the February board meeting for the board to approve then the vendor through the bidding process. If the board were willing to direct staff to go ahead and move forward with it immediately and forego that formal approval for the meantime, and then we can do that formal approval later, kind of a ratification, if you will, then we can get moving quickly without having to wait for a board meeting.
Like that idea. And I also wonder if we should set a deadline where we say, let's stop waiting and start acting. I feel like we are delaying essential decisions right now.
That's my concern. It's less to do with summer projects and more to do with our long-term strategic plan and that's a lot of decisions. And we don't want to put money into a building that we may find out, So it does still work out to be summer projects, but there's long-term building decisions we need to make. And so I'd like to see this move forward.
And I would say, putting a time frame on it, I would say let's put this on our agenda 2 weeks from now, or is our next meeting 3 weeks from now? It might be 3. And see where we're at and address the situation again.
I'd be in favor of keeping it on the agenda until it's resolved. even if it's a brief update.
So would someone like to make a motion that we direct staff to move forward with the selected vendor immediately upon receipt of the grant? Would that be a correct motion to make, Mr. Larson?
Yeah.
I would make that motion.
Can I ask a question, though? Sorry, if you want to take a second.
That's okay, we probably
first.
need a second, and
I'll
then we can
second it.
discuss.
I'll second it. Go ahead, John.
Clarification, if the grant is received, say, let's just say by some glorious miracle, it's received tomorrow, we could proceed as quickly as possible. If it is not received, you want us to hold back until the conversation on February 13th with the board. Is that right?
I think Mr. Larson is saying if it's not received, like wait, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So if it's not received, not go ahead until our next,
So we're gonna give them three, am I correct?
3
For the next
weeks.
meeting's 3 weeks. So we were going to give them 3 weeks, and if it's not received.
Because the grant's not reimbursable, right? We can't start doing work on it and then ask for reimbursement.
Right.
We start doing
Federal rules are if
That's the
we
reason we
begin
held
work before the grant's received, we forego the funds.
Right.
So I think we'd have to wait till 3 weeks.
I just wanted that clarification. In that motion, it was to move forward immediately upon receipt of the grant. And I just wanted to clarify so that means we don't move forward if we don't receive the grant until further direction on February 13th.
Yes, thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, yep, good, thank you.
And then on February 13th, we'll talk about a timeline for proceeding without the grant.
Yes, then we may we'll vote on either continuing to
Potentially,
wait
yeah.
or just moving ahead with the studies. Any other discussion? Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Richards and a second by Mr. Robinson to give direction to the district to move forward with the seismic study with the selected vendor immediately upon receival of the grant. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. You need anything else from the board?
We don't. Thank you very much.
It's a prayer for a miracle.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
All right, our next agenda item is a review of the lease revenue bond reimbursement resolution and lease revenue bond authorizing and delegating resolution. And we would like to welcome Mr. Jonathan Ward from Zions Public Finance and Mr. Ryan Bierke from Chapman and Cutler to the table. And I'll turn the time to Mr. Larson.
Thank you very much. The board had directed staff to move forward with a lease revenue bond option for the new school that is anticipated in Village 9. Part of that process would be a discussion like tonight. These documents that are on board docs will be things that the board would need to vote on. These two gentlemen are the advisors for the Board of Education. Jonathan Ward with Zions Public Finance is our financial advisor, so he's the one to help us through all of the financial implications. And Ryan Bierke is our bond counsel, so the attorney looking out for legal implications. We've invited them here tonight to go over these documents and to go over lease revenue bonds to make sure that the board's questions are answered and addressed before such time when they would need to be voted on in a future board meeting. So I think I'll turn the time over to Jonathan to start us out.
Thanks, John. Mr. Larson.
Mr. Ward.
I'll just do a little overview on lease revenue bonds. This is a financing tool that that is allowed under current law for school districts to use to finance capital projects. Is one of the tools in the toolbox. It usually comes with existing revenue streams used to repay the obligation, whereas the more common general obligation bond is required, requires the vote of the people, the residents within the district, and comes with additional tax revenue to be used to repay the obligation. That distinction, one of those distinctions between the two tools, is that this uses your existing cash flow from your capital levy or other legally available funds for repayment of the obligation. The requirements to do this particular financing is, as Mr. Larson suggested, a vote of the board. And there'll be multiple stages. Mr. Bierke will go through the legal resolutions that would be approved. But what we're envisioning in terms of the timing of this particular transaction would be first declaring the board's intent to reimburse itself using tax-exempt bond money. That would be brought before the board on the 27th of February. Following that action, we'd come back to the board in the second meeting in March. I think we're scheduling the 19th of March for your consideration of the resolutions that Mr. Bierke would talk through as well. But in essence, those steps, along with the public hearing, which we would hold in conjunction with these resolutions, would be what we need to do to sell these bonds. We then have to decide how we're going to sell them. Do we do a direct purchase and sell the bonds to one investor, or do we sell the bonds to multiple investors across the country in a public offering? Those are things that we're analyzing, and we try to weigh out the benefits, the pluses and minuses of each of those alternatives. If you'll recall, when we sold these bonds last year, we chose to use the direct purchase methodology, which gave us some prepayment flexibility that we wanted to maintain. This year, the prepayment flexibility is not as cheap as it was last year, meaning it comes with a heftier price tag because the buyers of the bonds don't want to lose the investment. They want to hang on to it a little bit longer, potentially. So as we're working through this, it might prove out that we're gonna go to the public markets and sell these bonds to the public. So those are things that we're in the process of discussing and evaluating. And with that, I'll turn the time over to Mr. Bierke to talk through the resolutions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ward. It's going to be hard to keep that going, so please forgive me if I slip. As Mr. Ward mentioned, we do have three resolutions before you, the first of which would be what we've called the reimbursement resolution. Contrary to your prior discussion about not being able to reimburse yourself if you move forward with this seismic study from the grant, in this case, federal tax law requires that you adopt a resolution in order to be able to reimburse yourself from these monies. So we're, again, complying with federal rules, but what this does is it starts a period by which, okay, now anything that we spend on this project, we can reimburse ourselves from bond proceeds later on. You can reimburse certain costs without the resolution, but this just protects you for all costs, so that if you needed to move forward and spend monies, you can then take some of the bond proceeds and reimburse yourself for what you've spent. So that's what this resolution does, is it complies with those federal regulations. The other thing that we've built in here, as Mr. Ward mentioned, we're also going to be requiring a public hearing, which is required by state statute. Because we want to have it on the same night that you're adopting or considering your other two resolutions, we've built in the direction to hold the public hearing and to give notice of the public hearing into this reimbursement resolution. So you'll see that there. You'll give notice to the public of the public hearing. You'll have that before you consider these resolutions, so you can have the public input, all of which is permitted under state law. Now, the reimbursement resolution is not adopted by the Board of Education. It's adopted by the Board of Directors of your local building authority. And that's one of the distinctions with the lease revenue bonds from your general obligation bonds, is that you've actually established a separate legal entity that will issue the bonds on your behalf.
and lease the project back to you. You make lease payments to them, and that's how they pay the bonds. You're the decision makers on both accounts, but we do have to kind of take off one hat, put on another to make these motions. So for this resolution, you would adjourn, or you would recess from your regular meeting, convene as the Board of Directors of the local building authority in order to consider this resolution, and afterwards you can go back, depending on when you time, or how your timing is for your meetings. But this first reimbursement resolution is by the local building authority, not by the Board of Education. Now then, at the next meeting, that March 19th meeting, we do have two resolutions, one for the local building authority and one for the Board of Education. Both parties have to approve the issuance of the lease revenue bonds. So you'll act twice, and you'll see that these resolutions are fairly similar. You'll see a lot of the same language in there. What they do is they approve all of the documents that are needed for the lease revenue bonds. It's a little different from your general obligation bonds. If you remember those, that resolution was, about 30 pages, because it contained all the provisions you needed for your contract with the bondholders. In this case, the resolution is a lot shorter, but we will provide you with exhibits that will add probably about 150 pages, because in this case, all of the provisions relating to the bonds are contained in an indenture, a lease, and various construction contracts that will be, and those are approved by these documents in substantially final form. So that's what these documents do. They also approve the issuance of the bonds subject to certain parameters, and those parameters will be spelled out as we get closer to the adoption of the resolutions, and they delegate it to, the final determinations on the pricing of the bond is delegated to certain officials, so that when we actually go out, as long as we're within those parameters, we can issue the bonds. So I went through those fairly quickly. As was mentioned, you did do this last year. These are very similar to what you did last year, and so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Can you tell me what the public hearing requirement is? I'm assuming that's in state code.
Public hearing is according to state code. It's just that you give the public a chance to provide input with respect to the issuance of the bonds and the impact that the project will have on the private sector. So this initially came in when a lot of the cities were financing recreational facilities, and they were kind of competing with public, and so they thought, well, we need to have this so that people can give this input on the impact in the private sector. On these types of projects, there's not a lot of impact on the private sector, but you do have to hold a public hearing.
But we have additional notification requirements too, like we have to
Yeah, so that's spelled out.
in the paper.
You don't have to put it in the
List
paper anymore.
Right, okay.
We have two different notices that we'll give. It's actually a little interesting from a bond attorney's perspective, but probably no one else. The notice of public hearing is a typical Class A notice, like any of your other Class A notices. You post it on the Utah Public Notice website, on your website, and in a public location. When you adopt these other resolutions, we'll do what's called a notice of bonds to be issued, which starts a 30-day contest period where people could come in and challenge the issuance of the bonds. Under that requirement, you do it as a Class A, but you're also required to post it on the Utah Legal's website, which is run by the newspapers. So it's slightly different. The interesting thing is, because the newspapers are in charge, often they will require you to publish it in order to get on the website, even though the state no longer requires you to.
Thank you. I'm obviously asking because the legislature is considering a bill to do away with lease revenue bonds, and the reasoning is that they're not transparent enough. So I was wondering what our current transparency is for it. So thank you.
Great question. The statute on these bonds also does allow the public, if they wanted to force it to an election. Not something that we've seen throughout the state, but there are certainly mechanisms in place, guardrails in place that allow public input and involvement to one degree or another, depending on the requirement of the constituency here. Again, it's not common that would ever happen, but I think the legislature's got it in place for a reason and want to protect our our rights as taxpayers across the district. So that's something sometimes legislators forget about as well. But we reminded them that the other day.
Thank you. Then also, what's the duration of this lease revenue bond? Do we know that yet, or does that depend on what we sell?
We've looked at cash flows. Mr. Larson, you want to talk through that?
The term on these bonds, the proposal would be of 15-year principal payments, but with a lease revenue bond, we're going to have 2 years of interest-only payments as well. So you might look at it as a 17-year term. The interest-only payments are before the building is completed, and then after the building's completed, then we can begin paying principal payments on those bonds.
And is there any penalty if we pay it off early?
That'll be subject to the method of sale, whether we choose a direct purchase or a public offering, and to some extent the investor appetite. If we sell the bonds in the public markets, we're almost assured that we'll not be able to prepay the bonds for 10 years. Maybe 9, maybe 8.5 if we push the envelope a little bit. We have sold the district's bonds with 7-year prepayment terms or call protection. If we do a direct purchase, there are a few interested bond buyers who would allow prepayment earlier than that time period. One would allow us to do so at any time, and others would say maybe after 3 years, maybe after 5 years, shorter than what the typical public market investor would allow, but not quite as aggressive as we've seen in years past.
As mentioned earlier, that prepayment ability comes at a cost at a higher interest rate usually. So it's the balancing act that we're still working through as to which method would be best. Try to get a lower interest rate, but then we're locked in for a longer period of time. Or maybe have a little higher interest rate, but then have the ability to prepay later. Or sooner, rather.
Have we ever prepaid any of our lease revenue bonds?
Lease revenue bonds, no, we have not.
District's done a really good job prepaying some of its general obligation bonds that are not call protected, and every year we get notification from John Larson that it's time to prepay $1 million, $1.5 million. And so there's, on that particular bond issue, I think only about $6 million outstanding. We started out around, was it 20?
Yeah. Is the board comfortable with the timeline? The idea that the reimbursement resolution would be approved at the February business meeting, and then these other 2 resolutions would be approved at the March business meeting along with that public hearing at that same time. Let's see, do I have that right? March 19th, that's the business meeting, right? Yeah. So if the board wanted, there's opportunities between now and both of those business meetings for further discussion as well, if you wanted, or you can always reach out as well. Do you feel comfortable with it though, or is it?
So the only direction you need today is just if we're okay moving forward on this timeline.
Proceed, yeah. And we'll keep working on the rest of the parameters. There is, within those other 2 documents, there are parameters set down for the officials. I believe I'm named in there, as well as the board president, to act on behalf of the board. And once the board approves issuing, then President Miller and I will work to carry it out. That's part of the resolution, is to delegate that for us to complete the task.
Maybe for John. I've been on the board a year. I've seen these two gentlemen twice now. Both times obviously had to do with lease revenue bond. Is that the only time I'll see these guys is when we're going for a lease revenue bond or a general obligation bond? They're not obviously district employees. They're not like Paul, right? We retain them when needed for certain things. Is that how it works?
Correct. They work for us when we have a need, such as a general obligation bond or a lease revenue bond or some other financing arrangement. Those are the two instances that I've worked with them on.
That's probably the only time you'll see us is when you have these resolutions, but we're often, or not necessarily often, but every once in a while, John will give us a call with a question. So even though we may not be active in a bond issuance, if he's got a question relating to bonds, then we're there to answer those questions and to make sure there's continuing compliance with federal securities laws, federal tax laws, and state laws. So,
Great clarification. I talk to these gentlemen frequently.
But it's usually bond related.
I was just curious what the relationship was there.
And then one more, just question and clarification. This issuance of lease revenue bond does not involve any tax increases for our public. We are able to cover these payments with our existing capital levy, correct?
That is the plan, yep. Which is, and I'll just add that Jordan School District has 3 lease revenue bonds, the first of which was done in 2010, more formally called a qualified school construction bond at that time. The federal government was incentivizing, or part of the recession at the time was trying to help districts construct schools that were needed. The State Board of Education recommended that the state and Jordan School District do this. So that was our first one. And in that time period, in those 15 years, we have not raised taxes for the capital levy at all. So all of these bonds, and this one as well, is anticipated not raising the levy to pay for this. Therefore, in my mind, that's why I've been kind of vocal about it, but in a lot of ways, this is even better than a general obligation bond, which requires you to raise the levy to pay for it. That's why I think it's very taxpayer friendly.
Okay, thank you. Do we need a motion, or is everyone, we're just good to keep moving forward on the timeline outlined, correct? Yes. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you.
I would also like to make note that Mr. Dunford has joined us. Our next agenda item is a discussion on administrative policy DP35A, employee discrimination and harassment. And I brought this forward to the board not too long ago. I had had a conversation with a constituent who had looked at this policy, and then also the next one, DP305. And I felt she had some valid concerns, and mentioned that at a previous meeting, and decided to go ahead and make some adjustments to those policies. So I have been working with Mr. Van Komen on DP 358, the employee discrimination and harassment policy. Interesting to note that the last time it was revised was in 2015. So it's been a long time since this policy received a revision. As what happens when we give an attorney any policy, they have some little adjustments to verbiage, and so there's definitely some of that in here. Just updating some language on this. And then also under the very first section that has definitions, definition number 10, there was a very long explanation of what reprisal is. We don't use the word reprisal anywhere in the policy. So I don't know why we need a definition for it. So that's why that's crossed out. If we're not going to use it, we don't need to define it. Yeah. And then,
It never was. We didn't take it out.
no, it just has never been in the policy. So, and maybe it was at some point in time in history, but it wasn't in the most recent version. Yeah. The biggest change that I wanted to see, though, was under the complaint procedure, B number 4. Our existing policy said that complaints had to be made within 45 calendar days after the alleged date of the alleged act of discrimination. And I just feel like that's too short. Discrimination, harassment can sometimes be complicated, and it takes people a while to work through that issue before they decide to speak up. And I felt that needed to be longer. In addition, just with our school schedule, if something happens at the end of the school year and, someone thinks about it over the summer and then speaks up, well, then they've missed their 45 days. And so my recommendation is to change that to 120 calendar days that they have to make the complaint. And then the other change in there is that it used to just say all complaints can be either orally or in writing, and this adds a step that if you're registering a formal complaint with the district compliance officer, that should be in writing. The other ones can still be orally, like if you just go directly to a supervisor or administrative personnel.
I have a question on number 4. Just at the end when it says date of the alleged act of discrimination, since we're using discrimination and harassment, should it say or harassment? Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
I mean, is like to add it or?
No, I think that makes sense. Mr. Van Komen, is that?
I think it makes sense to leave it at discrimination, but then I was just thinking that when it,
Yeah.
in some places it says
Well, the very name of the
harassment or
policy.
discrimination, and do you know what I mean? So I just thought maybe adding harassment to number 4 also.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Another thing, as I have read through this too, that I wonder if sexual harassment needs to be a separate policy. As I was going through this, I reviewed some other districts' policies, and some have separate policies for sexual harassment, and would like to ask maybe Dr. Godfrey to consider that, to maybe ask our in-house counsel if that is something that we need to consider as a board.
We've talked about this with other policies in the past, and I like to be able to look up a policy about a specific issue rather than try to find information about an important issue embedded within a policy about a broader issue. So I think that makes sense, and we could bring back a version that separates sexual harassment as an individual policy.
So do you propose we approve this and then rework it again later, or just hold this until the other policy comes forth?
I would like to go ahead and approve this, just so we have that 45-day change to 120 days. But then, yes, you're correct, it would need to be reworked again.
And we would redo this policy again.
Yeah.
Can I ask a little about, I agree that it's a good idea to extend this timeline. How did we land on 120? Is there significance to that number?
It's about 4 months, so I just, thought that would give, time if, back to the end of the school year scenario, ample time there for that. If it's too far out, that gets difficult because you're trying to go back on memory and you're trying to have people recall things, so I
Here's
wanted
my
it somewhat
concern with the
timely.
120. If it happens, if a student's involved, and it happens, I don't want to report it until I'm no longer in that teacher's class. So if it happens early on in the semester, the 120 days will pass before the semester's over, and I have to report it while I'm in that class. And I wonder if 120 isn't quite long enough. I don't want to go too far for that very reason. But I would like to give anyone a safe zone to say, you know what, I now feel safe that I can report this.
What about
So
6 months?
it's my understanding that this policy is just for employee discrimination. Do we have a separate policy for students? I think it's a separate policy. AS 94 is students.
Are we setting a standard when we do the 120? Is there going to be an expectation that that's the waiting period for all harassment reporting? That's my only concern, is I want it reported, but I want it reported in a way that's safe, and I feel like I can safely move forward and I'm not going to be threatened.
The Utah Anti-Discrimination Act has 180 days, I believe. A request for agency action made under this section may be filed within 180 days.
No, because that's at the bottom of our policy too.
Is there a reason why we wouldn't just mimic that, or?
No, I'm open to making it longer.
That doesn't seem like it's so long it can't be investigated either.
Just looking at this.
Memory fades
Yeah.
and we really don't have accurate reporting.
180 days is basically 6 months.
I'm looking at the student one just because I'm curious to see.
I'm not seeing
It doesn't
timeline,
have a
though.
timeline for the students.
Maybe it will now.
For sexual harassment,
Well, yeah, that's another reason why I think we should have a separate sexual harassment policy for the employees, because I would definitely give that longer.
yeah, I agree.
Can I ask why, it used to say, I'm looking at the board directive section right at the top. We crossed out illegal and replaced it with unlawful harassment and discrimination. Is there lawful harassment and lawful discrimination?
Yes.
Mr. Van Komen?
Probably from a technical aspect, the clarification is unlawful. I think it's preferred to illegal, because illegal tends to imply that there's some sort of criminal element. And in order for it to actually be harassment or discrimination under your directive, under the policy, it would have to rise to the level of being unlawful, is what you're saying. Is there can be, I mean, and there are defined parameters. I mean, I guess you could take it out altogether if you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, the purpose is specified in the first sentence. We're committed to providing an employment environment that is free of harassment and discrimination.
And I think the unlawful is probably, thinking about it, is a necessary qualification because that's what's defined as discrimination. It rises to the level of unlawful. Otherwise, you're going to get into arguments over, is this discrimination, is this not discrimination, without reference back to what's illegal.
Okay.
You didn't choose me because I went to the University of Utah. I believe that's harassment, but clearly that's not unlawful. And so I
Brian's confused, like, I like the University of Utah.
That should be lawful.
Should be law. So it gives you a directive of the line that you have to step over.
And then I was also concerned about, or wondering about, why we care what the discrimination or harassment is based upon. Race, color, sex, pregnancy, childbirth, and all these things.
Those are the protected classes under federal and state law. So like Bryce said, you can discriminate in theory based on
height,
on where somebody went to a university. That's not a protected class. But those are protected classes you can't discriminate based on.
But we're okay discriminating against height.
It's not a protected class.
unlawful.
Right, I mean.
I have to stand in the back every time.
I know.
That's discrimination.
I know it's not unlawful, but as a district, do we care if someone is discriminated against because they're tall, they're wide, they're any of these other, do we care about that, or do we just want to stick with what's lawful?
At the risk of further splitting hairs, discriminating can mean two things. It can mean unfair treatment, but it can also mean telling the difference between two things. So discrimination can also mean differentiation. So I'm going to hire you because you're more highly qualified than he is. But you're not protected from getting hired because you're different from this other person. It's if we make those decisions based on certain attributes or characteristics or background. So it does set a standard. It says you have to rise to the legal standard of discrimination or harassment. You can't just be annoying. It has to actually be unlawful harassment before the policy kicks in.
We discriminate when we accept students into a particular class that we can't accept them all into. We discriminate when we give out scholarships.
We give permits
Not a
out
negative
based on
word to
where you live.
discriminate.
We say you get a bus permit because you live closer or farther away from the school than this person. So it's splitting hairs. I don't know that it would be a huge problem to take out the word unlawful. Unlawful is being extra precise about how this policy applies.
I'm not necessarily advocating for it, I just want to understand, yeah.
I think that would be the argument, but I'm comfortable with either wording. As someone who will look at the policy and administer it, I'm comfortable either way.
Okay, so back to the 120 days. Do you want to change that?
Want to change it from 45.
For sure, me too.
I don't know what the right number to change it to is. I'm not married to any number. I just want there to be, I want everyone to be given enough time that they can do it in a safe way, but not so much time that memories linger and I'm telling myself stories that weren't really true back when it happened. So somewhere there's a range. And I don't know what the number is, but I just don't want it to be 45. I agree that 45 is too short.
You said that you reviewed a few other district policies. Did they have timelines?
Not that I could find. Some of them were 180. A couple that I looked at were 180. Some of them I couldn't find the timeline. I'm comfortable anywhere between 120 and 180.
Yeah, I am too. Same.
I'd err on the high end. I think that'd be fair.
I think it makes sense to follow statute.
And so, talking about a policy for sexual harassment, it would be a separate policy, or this policy would be reworked to include that?
My recommendation would be
a completely separate policy
for sexual harassment. So this
Okay.
one would still be discrimination and other forms of harassment.
Okay. Thank you.
And this one would eventually point to the other policy.
Yeah, they would probably reference each other. I'm guessing. I don't know. We'll let the attorneys figure that out. Okay. Any other questions or discussion?
I was just going to make a recommendation that we go with the statute of 180 days and put that into the rest of the policy.
Yeah, I agree. Set a motion.
Wasn't a motion, it was a
No, it's like we're-
recommendation, but
Working on a draft bill, so it's hard to know what to.
There are several times it says harassment without discrimination and discrimination without harassment. I think those all need to be consistent throughout the whole document.
Okay. I think that's a good suggestion. Oops.
I do have one more clarifying question, maybe for Paul. Roman numeral 2A for demeaning or derisive behavior. Unlawful behavior which substantially lowers the status, dignity, or standing of another individual, or which insults or otherwise belittles or shows contempt for another individual. Are there laws against speech, that might conflict with First Amendment rights, freedom of speech? Demeaning or derisive behavior, does this definition include speaking words that might lower the status, dignity, or standing, or which insults or belittles someone?
I think, again, that's one reason to keep the unlawful, because there may be certain contexts where there is a free speech. If there's some other law that's implicated, hate speech or something like that, obviously we don't put everything into our policy. So there are some things that would be actionable. There may also be language which is defamatory, but we don't specifically define, defamation.
And I think with, if you look at A1, where it says clearly offensive conduct, that conduct, be it verbal or nonverbal, which when perceived in its overall context, will be taken by a reasonable person similarly situated to be strongly objectionable. So I feel like that covers things that may not be unlawful, whereas the number 4, that's the unlawful. So, it's not necessarily illegal to call somebody stupid, but it would fit the definition for the discrimination and harassment under number 1. Is that?
And again, this is employee conduct that we're talking about here. So we can put some of our own restrictions on, as long as we're not impinging on free speech, which is like what you're saying. I think this leaves open that if they have protected speech, they can say protected speech in certain contexts, but.
Yeah, I was just curious how that fit in with even number 1, like Ms. Dean mentioned, how that fits in with.
And yeah, that was in the policy. I just didn't see a reason to necessarily change it. It's not anything that, none of the definitions are absolutes in my mind.
As a district or as a business or as a company, are we at liberty to put things like this in our policies or code of ethics or whatever we want to call it, and punish or write someone up? That was the penalty, I think, when someone violates this on a minor level. There's a negative write-up in their file.
Yeah, if you want it to be more restrictive, you could be more restrictive. The idea of having it in policy is then they're on notice that certain behavior will not be tolerated without action. So you can be more specific if you want, and that can become an expectation of the district.
And an employee can't come back and say, well, this policy is infringing upon my.
Well, it depends. If it truly does infringe upon their First Amendment rights, they would have an argument. But there's a lot you can do that would not rise to the level of First Amendment. First Amendment is protected speech is typically a matter of public concern, and there are some permutations you have to go through. Somebody just doesn't get to say whatever they want to say in an employment context.
So the situation that brought about this change was that a parent was accusing an employee of discrimination. Does that still allow? It doesn't necessarily say in here who can and cannot file the report. Is there value in distinguishing that? There's nothing here that says the complaint can't be filed by a parent? A community member.
So, I thought number 2 says any employee who knows of, like in the complaint procedure in, I think it's 2B, to any employee who knows of a violation of this policy is expected to report such conduct. So, is there another place that mentions who, because I don't know why I assumed that this was employees versus employees or whatever.
The person that was harassed should
be the one.
file the complaint.
Yeah.
But then we also, like you said, number 2, any employee who knows of it is expected to report it. If some community member is aware of harassment, there's nothing preventing them from reporting it.
So like harassment against an employee.
Yeah, one employee against another employee.
I would interpret the policy to be more geared towards employees, but
Parent doesn't have a.
as far as a right to initiate a formal investigation, people can always bring something to your attention or to the attention of an administrator. But you know, if you want to clarify that one way or the other, I would interpret it as it is now, that it's really not intended. I mean, I can see, yeah, there may be an instance where it's a first-hand witness or something, but it's also sort of sketchy when it's sort of just, you know, based on, I heard this, I heard that, anecdotally, I've seen this amounts to. So.
And the thing is, I feel like as a board, we don't make policy for stakeholders other than the people who are employed by the Jordan School District and the students who attend the Jordan School District. And we have expectations for how families and will behave in school and with teachers and stuff. But I feel like we don't have a policy that tells parents how they can bring an issue up to anybody on the school board or in the, I mean, I feel like that's not our responsibility to make it policy for, am I right in this? I mean, I feel like we just make policy for like the people who work for the Jordan School District and the students who attend.
And how does a parent know what they can do?
I feel like they can do anything.
But I don't have any teeth in it.
But we have I think we do have a policy because we have on our website, we have a spot to.
So we do write policies
Anyone
for
in
parents.
any parent or community member can file a formal complaint. We have a spot for that.
And
it
so
goes in
I
our
think
policy, a
they
different
get
policy.
parents and community members, guardians, they get to complain however they want to, but how we respond to that complaint, I feel like that is in policy. Is that?
If you were to report something that you had heard was happening between 2 employees, if you're not party to what's happening, you're not going to continue to receive updates about that investigation. I wouldn't anticipate. So we have the fraud hotline. We have a number of ways that concerns can be brought forward, but the formal process of going through an investigation would involve the parties at hand, not a third party. That's my understanding. Is that accurate, Paul?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the way the policy is written, if you're a first-hand witness, if you see, say somebody witnesses something that's blatant racial discrimination, if you're the first-hand witness, you could probably report that. If you're not the actual witness, but you just hear that, you know, there's this environment or you're hearing things, maybe you report it, but I mean, there is still some interpretation as to what amounts to who gets to be involved. But to the superintendent's point, once something's reported, it's often becomes a personnel matter, and we don't talk about personnel matters just because somebody raised an issue. In the same way, with student discipline, we don't, somebody may have seen something and turned something in, but they're not necessarily entitled to know what happens to a particular student.
Okay, so I will put this on the agenda for our next study session, because we have another study session. Again, the earliest we could vote on it's the end of February. So I'll bring this back to our next study session. We'll make sure discrimination and harassment is used consistently throughout the policy. We'll change 120 days to 180, and then ask the superintendent to work with staff to consider whether or not we need a separate sexual harassment policy.
Who's our district compliance officer that's mentioned? Do we have someone assigned to that role, or?
I asked that same question
Did ya?
to
Yeah,
Dr.
that's
Godfrey.
Melissa
We do.
Flores. Yeah, our general counsel.
She was just a recent hire.
Yes.
So prior to that, we didn't.
No, we had someone else in that position. We just didn't have an attorney in that position, so.
Okay, thank you. The next policy then is DP 305, placement and assignment of personnel. And this, another policy that we haven't reviewed or revised for several years. And we gave Dr. Godfrey the assignment to work with Human Resources to review and bring back suggested revisions for that policy. So Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you. This is a policy that was first effective in August of 1969. And I suspect that there was still some language left over from that time that needed some updating. So mostly what we have done is eliminated some language in here that was confusing. For example, that after 10 years, an administrator would be eligible to be considered for transfer, and that a committee would convene to discuss the fate of that administrator. Marilyn and I have both been around for a while. Do you recall any such procedure?
I sure don't.
I think
How did that ever?
I'm glad that this was brought to our attention, because I think the policy has long been outdated. So what we focus on is, well, I think it's short enough now that I can kind of, I think, read through it, because the draft is posted, but we really get down to so the board delegates responsibilities of value and assignment of personnel to the district administration. The administration delegates responsibility in the placement of personnel to the Human Resources Department in cooperation with the school principal or immediate supervisor. Grade and subject assignment shall be made by the school principal. That is original language. And then just one section, considerations for placement of personnel. Licensed personnel shall be notified of school placement and grade and subject assignments as early as possible. As far as possible, teachers shall be assigned within the field of their training and experience. School administrator shall involve the staff in teacher placement to the degree he or she feels is appropriate and without abrogating his or her responsibility. It should say to the degree, not to a degree. Make that change. And then assignments of teachers shall take into consideration the best interests of the students, teachers, team, department, and school. Employee requests for specific assignments shall be given consideration, however, the final decision is made by the principal or administrator. Most of this is the language that was originally there, or it's combining portions of the policy that were originally there. It's just there was some convoluted language that I think was very confusing that we've pulled out. Basically what this means is that ultimately Human Resources makes the assignment of an employee to a particular school. There are other policies that talk about how teachers and ESP and administrators can be transferred from one school to another. But this cleans that up so that the original assignment, at least, HR assigns the building and the principal or supervisor gives the specific teaching assignment. That's the clarity that the policy, I think, was intended to bring, and as I said, had some confusing layers of language that didn't add up to practices that made very much sense.
So if someone, oh,
I'm sorry. I don't quite understand the first directive. The board delegates the responsibilities of value. What does that mean?
I would have to go back to 1969 to figure that out, because I think that is
The year you were born?
remaining language. The year, yes, I was a wee 3 months old when this was put in place. The board delegates the responsibility of assignment of personnel to the district administration would make more sense.
Yes.
I
We don't
agree.
determine a person's value. So we'll take out value and.
And then the other one, just in the next line, the administration delegates responsibility for the placement of all personnel. Should that be to the district human resource department?
All personnel in the
And-
district
To the Human Resources
to the human
Department.
Oh,
resources
and the
department.
district to the human, okay, got it.
I think in the district is redundant, so we can probably take out in the district as well. So let's do that. We don't need another prepositional phrase in there.
Here's my request. Let me just bounce this off of you. I like the spirit of the executive limitations policies that says, within these bounds, you can do whatever you want, but you can't go outside this.
Right.
And this policy basically says, here's what you can do within the fence, but never addresses what's outside the fence. And I wonder if we need to say, in making these decisions, an administrator or principal shall not, and then have a few bullet points that would allow people to say, there's the guide. You can't take it personally. You can't move someone because you personally don't like them. Or, I think there's got to be a couple of those bullets that says, look, we're assuming that you're within this fence, but could we address what's on the other side just for the sake of the policy to say, don't make these decisions based on these things?
We looked at, there was some language before that said for professional reasons. But as I considered that language, that means that if there's a personality conflict, then you can't move people because of a personality conflict, and sometimes that does benefit everyone involved. I worry about putting a do not list together, because then if it's not on the do not list, then it's okay. And it's difficult to have an exhaustive do not list. Now, I understand, of course, none of this should be vindictive or based on anything except what we put in 4. Assignments of teachers shall take into consideration the best interests of students, teachers, team, department, and school. If we want to say it should not be based on personal bias of a principal, then we can certainly add language around of that sort. Is that hitting on what you're looking at?
Yeah, I would like to think it's never been personal, but I know it has. And as someone who spent 30 years in a career where, I don't have much say in what I do. I am at the whim of someone else. As long as I can trust that person, as long as I trust that that person really does have my best interest at heart, I'll go in full confidence. There have been occasions where I was pretty confident it wasn't true, that person didn't have my best interest at heart. Therefore, I go to my new assignment with a bad taste in my mouth. And I just, somewhere there needs to be a catch for the administrator to say, you don't have all power. You can't move people just because you want to. And I don't know where to put it. I'm just raising the issue because as one who has been moved and didn't have a say in it and felt it was personal, I'd love to have a policy that says, you can't do that, administrator.
We use your same phrase, which is best interest. I'm open to suggestions from the board. This is mostly distilling what was already in the policy. I didn't add other layers to that. So if that's it's absolutely something we can add if the board would like us to do that.
It seems like something that policy could not necessarily address, and that, like, I really like the simplicity of the policy, how it is now. I think that it would be hard to make it so that nobody was ever moved because of a personal preference. I don't think that that is the norm, but I don't know how we could make a policy to tell people how they're supposed to feel about stuff, if that makes any sense. So
My question was, under current practice, is this just the sole decision of the principal, or does the principal ever consult with the AOS, or are they required to consult with the AOS at any point in time?
Let me answer each of those. They're not required to. They often do, but it is the sole decision of the principal to say, I need you to teach in your minor in order to round out your schedule, or I need you to move from 4th grade to 2nd grade. Or now, there are expectations. If someone was unhappy with their placement, you could always grieve this policy and say, well, my best interest was not taken into consideration, and my request for a specific assignment was not considered. So as with any policy, you can grieve that policy and say it wasn't properly applied. There does have to be someone who ultimately has the authority to make that decision, and the principal is the one in a position to be able to do that. Now,
Made the decision is in a position to determine if the decision was the right one?
well, if somebody disagrees with the decision and doesn't feel that policy was applied properly, they can go to the supervisor and they can file a grievance. That, hey, the principal did not take my best interest into consideration and hasn't assigned me in my area of expertise, or did not consider my request. But ultimately, the principal makes that determination, who gets placed where. That sentence, the grade and subject assignment shall be made by the school principal. That was referenced in several different ways throughout the policy. There were convoluted processes, but then it said ultimately the principal makes the decision. So it's not a change in who makes the decision. And administrative process with a committee after 10 years was interspersed with certified rules around licensed employees and how they're placed. I mean, ultimately, it's the principal's decision. We have expectations outlined here that they take into consideration the best interest of students, teachers, team, and school, that they take into consideration requests from employees. Sometimes you have to make a change that could not be fully explained without violating the confidentiality of another employee. Hey, there's this conflict, there's this lack of performance in this grade level, I need to make some changes so that a teacher can be assigned to a grade level successful. And in order to accommodate that, I'm going to need to make some other adjustments.
I like the simplified version. Yeah. And I think that no matter how detailed we get it, whether we have all the lists of do's and all the lists of don'ts, there will still be people who are upset with their assignment, even if the policy was followed perfectly and we've done our best to identify all the goods and bads. I don't know if you can solve the problem of no one ever getting upset about the assignment that we're given.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Does there need to be language in there about how to grieve this policy, or is that known for any policy can be grieved and employees know what that process is?
If we do that here, we ought to do that in every policy.
Then that answers the question, is that applies to every policy.
To every policy.
Specify it.
Employees can grieve any policy or file a grievance if they think any policy has been misapplied or improperly administered.
There's one thing I would like to see on this is number 4 moved up to number 1. I know this is not in any order whatsoever.
Oh.
It just feels to me like if that were first, then it's not buried.
That's a good call.
Everything kind of looks buried with all of this red line.
I'm looking on the clean copy. The clean copy, number 4.
Okay, that's what I need to do.
Of teachers shall take into consideration the best interest of the students, teachers, team, department, and school.
I like that.
Yeah, I do too.
I do think that makes more sense. So far, I have moved number 4 to number 1, changed the first line to the board delegates the responsibility of assignment of personnel to the district administration. Take out in the district in the first line of Roman numeral 2, and change, let's see, where's the in the district?
A to the.
A to the, yes.
And value.
So going back to what Mr. Dunford said, something about not based on the personal bias of the principal. I don't know how to word it, but wondering if there's something we could put in there.
And I don't know how it could be even decided that something was done according to the bias of a principal. Do you know what I mean? Like, how could that ever be proven? Or I mean, it could be added in there, but I don't know how it could be enforced.
But by adding it, it shows it's a value for us. By adding it, it shows that, we want you to try to put your bias aside. And you're exactly right. It's more of a practice than a policy, but by including it, we share that that's a value for us, that you can make an unbiased decision and put aside, your personal feelings about this employee, and you're looking at the group as a whole. So I agree, it's pretty hard to identify whether or not you've crossed the line on that policy, but by putting it there, we show it's a value.
Does anyone else think something like that should be added? 3 people?
That explanation, it lets principals know that we're thinking about this, at least consider it. If it's not there, then maybe it doesn't come to mind.
Now, where you put it and how you put it, I don't know.
Yeah.
And I feel like number 4, which will be number 1, covers it, shall take into consideration the best interests of the students, teachers, team, department, and school.
I would add something like without undue personal bias or something like that.
To the end of number 4.
That's what I sketched. That's what I jotted down, is just
A simple
put a few
state-
words at the end of that, free of personal bias, something like that.
I think I think a principal's entitled to have an opinion and have a bias, but when that bias goes beyond the norm,
And it gives that supervisor the power then to ask.
What was the word somebody said, qualifying bias, of undue bias? Was it undue?
Undue bias.
undue personal bias.
Gotta have some personal
You have-
bias
I-
to
we'll
decide
always
what's in the
have
best
it.
interest.
Yep.
It's in
Yeah.
your personal judgment that you think it's going to be
Yeah.
in the best interest of.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we can add that.
So let me ask one more question. This basically says right at the very beginning, immediate supervisor. Does everyone have a decision-making immediate supervisor, or is that language that needs to be corrected as well?
Everyone has an immediate supervisor.
But is their immediate supervisor the one that makes their placement decisions?
It's the principal or the immediate supervisor. So the principal,
Okay,
if
so
you have a
that's still-
principal, then it's going to be your principal. If you don't,
But if
then
you're
it would
Scott
be,
or Paul or,
then it would be
teaching and
your
learning.
immediate supervisor.
okay, so
Yeah.
that language still fits.
I think that fits, and I asked myself that same question as we were working on the language.
I just wanted to make sure that that still fits for non-teaching personnel.
One version said appropriate administrator, and that got a little murky. I think it's principal or immediate supervisor. When we have our day off, or when you're asking for a vacation day or a personal day, everyone in the system has someone that they make that request to, except for me, because then I just email the board directly. So we all, everyone has someone. If they don't have a principal, everyone has someone direct that is a clear direct report that they report.
Take days off?
On occasion, yes.
Okay, good discussion. Any other changes or questions about this? Okay, we'll also bring this one back to the next study session.
Great. I'll bring
Will
those
be.
changes in language back. Thank you.
Other opportunity to comment on that. Okay, our next agenda item is to discuss cell phone policy. And we asked Dr. Godfrey to bring us back some information on what's currently happening in our schools. So, Dr. Godfrey, we'll turn the time to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask mostly what the board would like to see happen next as we move forward into the next school year on cell phones. As you know, it's a big topic right now, and there is potential legislation out there. And there is possibly the potential to pilot even some programs for storing cell phones during the day. I think we talked about this in board meeting a little bit last time. The governor sent an email out to LEAs and to principals asking for us to consider removing cell phones from schools. And as I've talked with board members about it, and talked with principals about it, there's kind of a wide range of approaches depending on your perspective. When I talked with elementary school principals, they indicated that they felt that they would have extreme pushback from parents because they actually have parents that are contacting kids through cell phones or watches frequently during the day. I'm aware that there are some schools that have policies that ask you to stow your cell phone. That's one of the words that they use. So if it's seen out, it needs to be put into a bag or it needs to be stored out of sight. There are some classes that actually will have students kind of park their cell phone in like a shoe holder, that sort of thing. there are, what the policy says is that you can take the phone or you can impose a penalty if it becomes a distraction, I believe. I don't have the exact phrasing right in front of me. But that's the... So really it's kind of the default is you get to have your cell phone until it becomes a problem. Now that has evolved into various rules at different schools and in different classrooms. Some schools have asked students not to have a cell phone at school, and they have kind of a warning system. Some classes have their own rules about not having cell phones. Other classes may use cell phones. When I talked with each level, I heard different things, and there's some appetite to have some uniformity across the district so that you aren't personally on the line for having created and then enforcing the policy. There are some systems where if you take it out, then you get it at the end of class. It gets confiscated and you get it back at the end of class. If you take it out again on a second offense, then you get it at the end of school. On a third offense, then parents have to come pick it up. So there's this kind of growing penalty depending on how many times the cell phone becomes a problem. I think you would hear universally from teachers that it's become a serious distraction. I think the question that we would have to balance out is how would parents feel about more of a ban on cell phones? And so that's what's being requested by the governor, is that we not have cell phones available during the school day. And so really what I wanted to talk with the board about is what next steps you would like us to take given this request from the governor, given the potential for, again, this is in very early stages, but if there were a pilot or any grant money available, would you be interested in being a part of a pilot to provide devices to lock phones? For example, one of the problems with confiscating phones, I'll go back, when I was a new assistant principal, I inherited confiscated devices from the previous assistant principal. I opened the closet. He retired mid-year, and he literally rode into the sunset on his Goldwing. And I never saw him again. And I opened the cabinet, and there was a box of pagers. That's how long I've been doing this. There was a box of pagers that had been confiscated.
May need to explain what a pager is.
Yeah, that's right. Look it up. Google it.
You had that with your Palm Pilot.
That's right. That's right. I did have a Palm Pilot at the time. And I remember there being arguments over whether someone's pager had been confiscated, whether their cell phone had been confiscated, and that we owed the student money now because we confiscated it and we hadn't given it back. There are devices that allow you to magnetically lock a phone into a pouch, and then the student keeps their phone, but it's locked and they can't access it. And then you can unlock that at the end of the day, and they're able to take their phone out. So they kind of learn that it doesn't pay to have your phone with you. So there are various ways to approach it, and I just, I wanted to see where the board wanted to go next. If you wanted us to survey teachers, if you wanted us to survey parents, if you wanted to hear from both before we take additional steps. If we have an opportunity to be part of a pilot, is that something that would be of interest to you? The place, the schools that have found that have been successful are the schools where they really have worked on consistency throughout the school. Because the difficulty is where you set a policy, but then it isn't enforced evenly throughout the school. So we come back, as we have on a number of policies in this meeting, to balancing out local control and decisions about policies versus setting a district-wide policy. And there are different advantages to both. Do we have school community council set what the expectations are for their school? Does the board set parameters, or is there some blend of the two? The governor sent, as I said, emails to the board, to principals, and then to principals that were to be, letters that were to be shared with school community councils. So I'd just like to know where the board wants to go next, what additional information you may need. We do not have consistent implementation of cell phone restrictions in the district. We have a wide variety of approaches from school to school and from classroom.
I would like to see surveys of parents and teachers about, their thoughts on cell phones in schools. I'm interested in that.
I don't need to ask teachers. I know exactly what the teachers are going to say.
I have a pretty good guess
I could
myself.
write that survey results right now. But I do need to ask parents. I do need to give them a couple options, not just say yes or no, but break it down into why, what you're thinking. Would you favor this over that? I think we need to listen to the parents who, that's a very expensive device we're taking away from their child. But let me put this out there where I stand. I am fascinated by seatbelt laws. I am fascinated by seatbelt laws that say, we're going to force you to protect yourself. We're going to force you to do something in your best interest. We're not going to give you the choice not to. And so we enforce seatbelt laws. We enforce helmet laws. We enforce laws for their protection. And I think we've gotten to the point where this generation is so fiercely addicted to their communication device, they, in many regards, have lost the ability to put it away. It controls them to their own detriment. And I would not be opposed to writing a seatbelt law. But I would like to ask their parents if they'll support that, because I don't want to fight parents in order to impose this. But if parents say, you have my permission to impose a seatbelt law on my child, then I say we do it.
Well, I am still interested in hearing from teachers what teachers think, because teachers might have thoughts about whether they want it to be a school policy or a district policy, or, I think they would have ideas also.
I would agree with surveying both, because I just see a wide range from, all the way to no cell phones at the school, period, to they're okay, but just not during instructional time. Then there's a wide range in between.
Yeah, there are some teachers that use cell phones
During instruction.
as a tool during instruction.
Even
Or-
with
or-
one-to-one Chromebooks, teachers are still using cell phones.
I would say on occasion that does happen, yeah.
My child had an assignment in class once that they had to text me and tell me they loved me. It was a good assignment.
So can we put a pause on that? I'm a little interested if the seatbelt law is going to be written for us. So what legislation's coming down? Would that come this year? Would that be coming future years? Because if that's being written for us, it doesn't really matter for us to go through this whole process.
I think it would be hard to enforce mid-year.
But is it currently being talked about in this session enough to?
I don't know, Mike would know.
There are two bills that, one's probably not even out yet, but one that could possibly introduce the concept of a pilot that Dr. Godfrey's already described. The other bill is related to cell phones specifically, but the requirements aren't germane to this discussion because it would impose requirements on cell phone companies to install filters and devices, protections for safeguards for the use of underage students using phones. That's Senator Weiler's bill. That's out. It's, a SB 104.
What I've heard is they're not considering, at least not yet, on bans for the schools, but more of whether they should put resources towards
Correct.
having devices to lock up phones. That would be the pilot.
Yep.
I would almost favor some, like a town hall or some focus groups or something to explore it before we start rolling it out to get just everyone's opinion on it. I'm a little bit caught in between local control and district control. Like, is that really what we need to do, is make a district-wide policy? And if we do, I almost think that the policy needs to be written differently for elementary, middle, and high school, because I think that they have different needs. And so I almost would rather, before we go out to surveying everyone, to maybe do some focus groups and just kind of get a feel for the temperature out there and what it's like and what's working and what's not. Because sometimes we'll jump in and write a policy for something that probably is being handled fairly well, but maybe it's not. So, and I think you're going to get a wide variety of answers still, but I almost think that we're missing a step. That it would be nice to create an ad hoc committee, have some focus groups, and then make a determination at that time.
My preference would be to define, maybe at the elementary, middle, and high school levels, what disruptive behavior means as it relates to cell phones, and put some penalties in place when that's violated. I'm against just an all-out ban. I think that penalizes kids who are responsible with the device, and maybe it's only 1% of those kids, but I think there's also a percentage of the students who could learn to be responsible, and it would penalize those students as well. And the disruptive behavior is only an in-class thing. So during lunches, during breaks, like Ms. Miller was mentioning, there are times during school where it's fine to use a cell phone, and there's other times where it's questionable. Yeah, so I'd be against an all-out ban, and maybe just spend some time defining some parameters, and that's the approach I'd like to do.
I know the pilot discussions that have been in also focused on just why we need to do this. The issues that are coming as a result of phones and social media use specifically, and why they have become such a distraction, and why they've distracted from the learning environment. And I think understanding that and helping parents understand why we're doing this would be a big part of any initiative that we move forward with.
And I think that also we need to consider the invasion of privacy and also how sometimes use of cell phone can degrade assessments, because students find ways to look at their phones during tests, and they find ways to take pictures and videos of their fellow students without their knowledge. I think there's a lot of things besides just the distraction of looking at the phone and having earbuds in. I think the invasion of privacy issue is huge in my opinion. It's a way that kids really hurt each other, is by taking pictures of each other and being mean with them. So anyway, I don't know. I just wanted to say that.
Another legislative question, probably to Mr. Anderson, President expert. So Senator Harper talked to us about expanding the Safe Schools app to be a communication method during a school emergency, so that official communication would come through that app, which would require access to a cell phone. Is that still being heard? And does this create a conflict?
that's certainly something to consider. I mean, there are safety considerations and communications in emergency situations. There are health considerations, students that monitor, for example, glucose levels with their phones and need access to those. The devices that Dr. Godfrey described there are different types of devices. Some are magnetically sealed, some would be Velcroed so that they would have access to them. And there would need to be carefully thought through protocols for emergency situations like the one you described. I haven't spoken with Senator Harper on that, and I haven't seen legislation specific to that just yet, but I know that's been a topic of discussion out there.
Divisive devices. It's not a clear-cut response. It's not an easy answer. We're just looking for the next step with the board. Do you want us to survey parents, survey teachers, survey both, hold focus groups, wait to see what the legislature does?
Work on a policy that just defines disruptive
work on better clarifying current policy, or anything else that you'd like us to do as a next step.
I'd still like surveys.
I foresee this is going to be a heavy lift. And this board is going to have to take a decision. As your elected representatives, we are imposing this rule in all of these schools. And I don't think it's something that's going to come from you. I love that you're moving forward. And maybe right now, what we need from you is data gathering. But I foresee this is going to come down to a heavy lift by the board, not an administrative policy. So right now, what I need to know what parents are thinking.
I think what we need is ad hoc committee to direct that. I don't know if asking for a survey is the right thing to do before we really have examined what the fullness of the problem is. That's just.
So then, like, the ad hoc committee would put together the questions for the survey? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and even evaluate, questions, and just evaluate the whole problem. And that would give us a process of time to see the legislator do their thing. And if it's a heavy lift and it's going to be a big deal, we don't want to rush it. And if we're sending out a survey now, that almost means that then we're ready to start making changes. And I'm still at a loss of whether or not that change should come from us or whether or not that change should be local, like a school community council.
Well, it's possible that surveys would go out and come back, and the majority of the surveys would say, we want things to stay as they are, with the schools making their own policies. So it's possible that after surveying teachers and parents, there would be no change to the policy. There would be no district cell phone policy. But then also it is possible that after a survey, there would be support for a policy, a district-wide policy. So I think an ad hoc committee to figure out questions is fine, but I really, for me, it's hard to know what direction our stakeholders are hoping will go without knowing what they think, their thoughts on this.
That's difficult about a survey is a lot of times our parents think it's a vote. And once we put it out there, we get a lot of feedback like, oh, you didn't do what we voted for anyways. Well, we were surveying. And so it's just a cautionary decision. If we do it, we are opening that window.
Like the discomfort of getting emails where people didn't like our decision after the survey. Is that what you mean?
Like after COVID, we asked people if they liked the 4-day week and liked what we did on Friday, and overwhelmingly we had people said they did, and then we didn't do it. And then people are very upset that we didn't listen to it. And that's why, and once we do a survey, they don't want another survey later. Like, we got to be very careful on what we want to say on that survey. And I don't even think that we're in agreement in this room on where we need to go with this.
Might be better to explore it
Yeah, I think
first
Yeah.
just in the talking phase. Let's explore it, look at it, see what legislation's going to do, talk to more people, and then let's write the survey. And I would rather have the board write the survey than administration if this is going to be a board initiative.
And when you say talk to more people, what people do you mean? Talk to-
Teachers, parents. you
So
know.
like individually reach out to teachers and parents and find out their thoughts as,
I think a survey would be more effective than just individually reaching out because, yeah, just because,
I'm not opposed to a survey. I'm just saying a survey as the first step is not always wise. A survey when you're down to making decisions and stuff, where you have some ideas of what you want, what direction we want, is always better.
yeah, and I think that was a very good caution to bring up if we survey. That if we're in the very initial data collection phase, it would need to be worded very carefully. You know, we don't want the question, do you think we should have a cell phone policy that bans cell phones from the school? Well, if 75% say yes, we better be prepared to have that policy then.
And I'm,
So if we're
and I'm
not prepared
okay
to have it,
with-
then don't ask the question.
Right.
I'm okay with maybe surveying teachers and administrators early on. They know the process a lot more that way, and maybe we don't have to survey both groups at the same time.
and I think that I agree with that. And I think it's possible that even results of a survey to administrators and teachers could inform a survey to parents.
Yeah. Because what if the majority of teachers and administrators say, leave it alone, let it be we want to deal with it? Then for us to run in and jump and make a policy might be an incorrect thing. And for us to stir up the community with the survey of parents might be not the smartest thing, but I don't know, I wish there was an easy answer. It is an issue.
Okay, so we're down to survey or not survey. And then do we start with teachers? Do we start with parents? Do we do them both at the same time? The other option is we work on just further defining our current policy.
There is a district policy on cell phone use.
I don't think there's a separate policy. I think it's embedded in code of conduct within schools, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't think there's a policy. So that would be creating a policy if we did that.
The other question is, if a pilot becomes available with some funding, are we interested in that?
Yeah, I'd be interested in exploring that. It depends on what strings are attached to the policy, but I would at least be open to that. Or to the pilot, sorry.
I need to know details. Like, is it a pilot that makes phones inaccessible to students?
So you'd want us to bring that back before we look at anything like that? Okay. No, I'm just getting clarification.
Would you care if they brought it back if it was done on a low, not a widespread, like if it was just a school or trying it? I mean, if you're going to widespread pilot, then I would be interested on the board, but I'm not sure if I care if you try a school or two.
I'm not interested in spending money on solving this problem.
I think in a pilot, they would
With
probably fund it.
magnetic things or, yeah.
I think in a pilot, they might come with some funding.
For the pilot, but then
60,000 magnetic sleeves.
then if we decide to expand it to other schools, it would probably be on us.
Yep. Yeah, probably.
Okay, is everyone interested in the pilot, at least finding out more before we say yes or no to that?
Yes.
Okay. We got that one figured out.
In policy AA 419, under student conduct and positive behavior expectations, and under digital citizenship, possession, use, or care of any electronic device or resource is a privilege that may be forfeited if it causes a disruption to the learning environment. And then at no time shall the district be responsible for preventing theft, loss, or damage to personal electronic devices or resources brought to school or school-sponsored activity.
Where is that in AA 419? What?
AA 419, under Roman numeral 2, B, D, 4 and 5. So it's pretty deep in there.
Definition of disruption.
Isn't digital citizenship designated for the school community council to handle?
It's designated for them to review, but there are no longer requirements that they create a digital citizenship policy for the school.
Okay.
That was at one point.
That was, okay.
So it's already pretty clear in policy that if it disrupts the educational process, it's strictly prohibited.
Subject to forfeit. Yeah. That's the district's stance is it's okay to have them in school. They just can't be the learning environment. And then, of course, these other inappropriate uses, sharing or communicating pornographic images, cyberbullying, those types of things.
So when we talk about like the expectation of privacy or, posting pictures or whatever, that does seem to be covered in number 2 already.
So it's already in policy, but it's just not being enforced, or our teachers don't feel supported with this policy.
And I
Safe
think it's so
statement.
embedded that they probably, a lot of them don't even know it's there.
Yeah, I couldn't find it. I'm wondering about 5. At no time shall the district be responsible for preventing theft, loss, or damage. I think one thing that makes some of our teachers a little uneasy is taking someone's $1,200 cell phone from them. And are they now responsible? Does that fall into preventing? Are they protected if they take a personal item from a student?
Well, saying that we're not responsible and not being responsible can sometimes be two different things.
I don't know what preventing means.
This has not been updated very recently that I'm aware of, this particular portion. I'm just pointing out this is how we currently address it from a policy standpoint. That results in lots of different approaches at the school and classroom level.
Tricky thing is it just the phone, or does that include my watch? Do I have to take my watch off and put it in the pouch? And that's gonna be a harder lift.
Okay, so let's go back to the question of, do we want to start out with a survey, or do we want to start out with asking either administration or an ad hoc committee to consider creating a cell phone policy that pulls out what we already have and further refines it? Or do nothing. I guess that's an option too. 3 options.
Or you could reframe do nothing as wait and see what happens with the legislature, with the session. The reason we bring it is because the governor emailed that list of people that I outlined, and we put a hold on moving forward with any particular action in response to that email until we receive direction from the board. Because, as Bryce indicated, ultimately this is something that will require board decisions.
So we intend to respond to that email?
Well, that's what raised the issue.
We intend to show him that we're doing something, whether we respond or not.
I think a response might be nice because some of the examples that he used in his letter we're actually doing in our district. So it's, the example he's giving is not, I mean, is being used a lot more than where he's cited.
And whether or not an email was sent by the governor to administrators and the school board, I think that this is a timely subject to address. And so I think it's fine to address it without even thinking about the letter.
That's a great point. The letter was sent because it's in the zeitgeist. It's something that's a hot topic of discussion for teachers, for students, for parents.
I'm going to propose we move on and circle back to this at the end of the night. And if you have come to an idea, if you want to do wait and see, work on refining current policy or survey, and if we need to wait for another board meeting and just table it and come back, we can do that too. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Start legislative review or have a break? Let's have a break. Everyone okay with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We're all indecisive tonight.
I know. Let's break. We'll start our business meeting at 6:30. They're hard topics. can start the stream. Ron, okay. Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. We are in the JATC South Building, and we have with us, starting down on this end, our attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen, board member Bryce Dunford, Lisa Dean, Marilyn Richards, Nikki George, I'm Tracy Miller, Daryl Robinson, and Brian Barnett. Superintendent Dr. Anthony Godfrey, our Associate Superintendent Dr. Michael Anderson, and our Business Administrator John Larson. Thank you all for being here today, those of you that are in person and those that are listening online. We welcome you. We are thrilled today to have Riverton High School here with us, and we are going to start out with a flag ceremony by Seth Christensen, sophomore class president, and Gabby Van Leuven, sophomore class secretary. The Pledge of Allegiance, conducted by Kelsey Knight, student body historian, and Bree Smith, junior class historian. And the reverence, following the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll have the reverence by Allie Sorensen, junior class vice president, and then a celebrating schools by Brian Scott, the student body president. So go ahead with the flag ceremony.
Hi, my name is Kelsey. And I'm Bree Smith. Will the audience please say the Pledge of Allegiance with us? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Allie Sorensen. I'm the junior vice president at Riverton High School. Just wanted to share a quick thought. I'd like to open with a quote by Mandy Hill. She wrote, "To make a difference in someone's life, you don't have to be brilliant, rich, beautiful, or perfect. You just have to care." Close quote. One of our Silver Rush mottos this year was, "It's cool to care." Caring doesn't have to be big. Caring doesn't have to be showy. Caring and making a difference can even be just smiling at someone new or giving a compliment. Some of my great experiences at Silver Rush, while it was awesome, like the banner dropped or we had really big events, some of the most special and tender moments to me were the one-on-one with individuals. Maybe when someone just gave me a hug and said thank you. Maybe when I met someone new who just really needed help and really needed an extra hand. I believe every single person has the power and ability to lift up. And I can say with almost 100% confidence that everyone in this room believes that too, because that's why we're here, to serve and to care. I hope that we can all continue to look for ways to lift. Thank you for having us. Now I would like to introduce our student body president, Brian Scott.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Godfrey. My name is Brian Scott, and I'm the student body president here at Riverton High School. Riverton High School has a great community. The interactions among students, teachers, and staff create a network with individuals contributing to making our high school environment more than just an educational institution, but a place of belonging. In honor of our 25th year anniversary, we came up with 25 things that make Riverton so special. We begin with our amazing teachers who are always going above and beyond to make sure we have the best possible experience. Our administration, who not only supports and encourages us as student government, but the entire student body in all that we do. No one makes you feel more welcome than the office staff when you walk into the building. We can't forget about our custodians, as not only do they make sure our school is spotless, but they also care about the well-being of everyone in the building. The cafeteria staff are excited to greet and serve the student body daily. They make sure all dietary needs are met and have the best rolls ever. Shout out to student government for the hard work and preparation of all the activities and assemblies throughout the year. And thank you for being a great example to your peers. We love our students and the energy they bring, not only in the classroom, but also in supporting their peers in different events. And who can forget Sylvester, our mascot, for bringing the hype to every game. As weird as it sounds, we are grateful for the building itself, with windows that provide natural light to all of the availability of rooms and fields to make sure all groups have the opportunity to participate. Riverton High offers diverse options from academic courses to extracurricular activities, allowing students to explore their interests and develop new skills. When it comes to academic courses, there are a variety of AP courses, 27 concurrent enrollment classes, 64 CTE classes, as well as a variety of world language courses. Our video production class called Silver Screen is keeping us up to date with big events and highlighting programs and students in our school community, as well as competing at a national level. Students can showcase their talents in many performing arts classes offered, including theater, band, orchestra, dance co, choir. Students can foster leadership skills and build new friendships through the many different clubs that are offered, from gaming to athletics to academics to art. We have something for everyone. We are thrilled to have a unified sports team that has been officially recognized as a national unified team. Riverton is one of 8 schools in the state to receive this honor this year. Each year, our students earn millions of dollars in scholarships to help them as they further their education beyond high school graduation. Whether it's competitive sports, team spirit, or individual achievements, the sports culture contributes to a well-rounded high school experience. Senior Orson Colby is currently competing in Korea as part of the Winter Youth Olympics. Several of our athletes are currently playing on college teams, and we even have had an athlete make it all the way to the MLB. We have 11 state and 66 region championships. High school traditions often create a sense of community and identity that students cherish throughout their high school years. Some of our favorite traditions include our Veterans Day ceremony, school dances, activities like Burning the Wolf, Spirit Bowl, and the Howl. As Silver Wolves, we are prepared, have a good attitude, communicate well, and show kindness. Our amazing merch, this year we added Crocs. The paintings created by students throughout the years that hang in the Commons, providing a visual history for all to see. This year, we have been hand-making friendship bracelets to every single student at the school to remind everyone that each of us are part of the Silver Wolf family. Probably our best known and favorite tradition is Silver Rush, our annual charity drive, which allows us not only to serve an organization in the community, but each other as well. This event unifies the community and truly exemplifies who we are as Silver Wolves. As you can see, Riverton High School is pretty great. These are just 25 of the many great things we are celebrating for our 25th year. We are grateful to you as a board for the support you provide us, and would like to include you in the celebration with a commemorative pin. Can I get a Wolves, baby? Wolves, baby! Thank you for letting us celebrate with you tonight.
Thank you. Well done. Can I get everyone who is here with Riverton High students, administrators, teachers, parents to stand up? Thank you for being here. Students, we also have a pin for you. So we will have you come this way, start down here on this end, and we'd like to shake your hand.
Bonus.
Someone had the Crocs on?
Yeah, I'm looking for Crocs.
Are they purple? Yeah, they have purple. Good to see you again. I'm good.
Great job. I can tell. I saw that other one.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Can't believe it. 25 years old.
Good to see you. How's the orange chicken these days?
It's always good.
Good to see you. Thank you very much.
No, not
Thanks for coming. Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Glad you're here.
Thanks for coming. Thank you for coming. Nice job. Thanks for coming. Well done.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I know you. Bluffdale, right?
Bluffdale, all the way.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Good job. job. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here.
Well done tonight.
Well done.
Oh, did everyone get a pen? Okay. I was at the closing assembly for Silver Rush, and wow, that is something else. Silver Rush is just an amazing thing. It's hard to put words to it if you haven't been a part of it and experienced it. Thank you for all you do to make your school great and to involve the community. We really, really appreciate you and all you do. You are welcome to stay here for the rest of our meeting. It's always really exciting and riveting. But if you're dying to get home to do your homework, we understand that too. So, but again, thank you for being here. Our next item is resolution of appreciation. Ms. Richards.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty, be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. Denny Simpkins Kostelic Carlisle, teacher and administrator. Sharon Abrams Jenks, teacher and substitute teacher. Sharon Marie Long, secretary. Bonnie Lou Peterson, secretary. And Karen Koenig Siegler, teacher.
Thank you. Next agenda item is recognitions. Do any board members have a recognition?
I don't know if this qualifies as a recognition, but it's something that I want to say here. So J.P. Jensen Middle School is turning 4 years old this year, and they're having a birthday bash on Thursday, February 15th with activities and games and performances. So happy birthday, J.P. Jensen Middle School.
Good recognition. What day was that?
It's February 15th. 40 years old, still a baby.
I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our unified sports programs. I love that we have that in our district. But before Christmas, as part of the fundraisers that a lot of our schools were doing, they had a unified sports basketball game between Copper Mountain Middle School and Mountain Creek Middle School. And, you charged some admission and the money went towards their charity. It was the greatest event. It just, the school spirit that was there and just how they rally around these kids, and love that program. Anyone have anything else?
There is one more thing I would also like to say, that this Thursday there is an open house at the JATC South, which is this building, and JATC North, that showcases all of the choices and options that the secondary students have in the Jordan School District. And I've come to open houses at both of them and brought my kids, and the programs are amazing. The students that talk about the programs are amazing. The instructors are amazing. So if you are interested or curious at all about the choices that students have in the Jordan School District, come to the JATC open house either here or the JATC North is at the Salt Lake Community College campus that is on 90th South.
Thank you. Superintendent, do you have a recognition?
I just quickly want to note that February is Love the Bus Month. And I love our buses, I love our bus drivers, and I just encourage anyone listening to express appreciation for those very important bus drivers and our transportation department, it's a very difficult task. If you look at the numbers, the number of buses, the number of routes, the number of students transported every day, the number of miles driven, and the number of things that can catch you by surprise if you're trying to provide transportation for tens of thousands of students. You have a deep appreciation for the work that they do and the way that they keep our kids safe. And so I just really appreciate our bus drivers and our transportation department, and I encourage everyone to love the bus next month and show that appreciation.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is our public comment section. And as a board, we welcome and value input from our residents, from our students and employees. Couple of parameters: the board will not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. Comments must be age appropriate, as this meeting is being live streamed into homes. The board doesn't discuss items that aren't on the meeting's agenda, but we may ask staff to follow up or may address them at a future meeting. So silence by the board on an issue does not suggest support or opposition to the message given. The board will take public comment in person first, and then we will take our comments that have been submitted electronically if time allows. Both in-person and emailed comments can be a maximum of 3 minutes. When you come to the podium, I will call your names, but when you come to the podium, please state your name so that we have, make sure we have the right person there and on record. We will start with Nicole Coombs and then followed by Joanna McLean.
Good evening, board. My name is Nicole Coombs. I'm a parent of a junior at Copper Hills High School, and in the spirit of transparency, I'm also a member of the school community council, and I'm head parent over the cheerleading program at the school. We have nearly 60 athletes between our 3 teams, making it the largest cheer team in your district. One of the things that was very important to me when I took on this role is that we make our fundraisers count, and that every dollar is stretched to its limit, and every athlete participates. In November of 2023, I was given the challenge to enroll 100 community members between the ages of 3 and 13 to participate in our mini cheer program held in January. I didn't have advertising money, but I'm very resourceful. I called every principal in the Copper Hills feeder district and talked to each one of them personally, asking them to please send our digital flyer to their community. Remember, my goal was 100 athletes, mini athletes. We enrolled 70. Miss George was at the school actually the last day of our practice, and she can attest to how loud and how big it was, and you only saw a third of our kids. We had moved them. Fast forward to the night of our performance, which was Tuesday, January 16th at the girls' basketball game against Mountain Ridge. For perspective, an average girls' basketball game sells 191 tickets. On that night, because of mini cheer, we sold 540 tickets. That is not including my dad, who comes to every game and is over 62, and anyone under the age of 3, I believe it is. So I can't even equate to how many people were in the stands. But I can tell you that we raised in just ticket sales $3,240 that was infused into our basketball program in one night. Instead of celebrating that personal win, I was horrified and embarrassed by the state of our gymnasium. A large section of the bleachers broke this summer. We, as a school community council, were told that the district would fix them, but it hasn't happened. We were told by several sources that the money that was supposed to be used to fix our bleachers went to Bingham High School to adjust something on their working bleachers. That night, the bleachers, we had family members from Mountain Ridge complaining that there was nowhere to sit. One father of a Mountain Ridge player got very upset and vocal in the stands. A Copper Hills father finally explained it was mini cheer and the bleachers were broken. The Copper Ridge father snapped back, "Figures, we're at Copper Hills." I had 2 grandparents in wheelchairs. I had nowhere to put them. There was no accessibility because, quite frankly, we're just full. I did the best I could. Was I supposed to tell all of these community members, "I'm sorry, you can't watch your child perform"? The floor was filled. I am assuming one of 3 things probably happened to the money. First, if it is true, and the money was set aside in your capital budget to fix our broken bleachers, then was reallocated to Bingham High School, you would have had to vote on that. But a quick search of your minutes shows that didn't happen. Instead, your August 22nd report states only that Billings bleachers have been fixed. Second, the money could have just been part of the capital budget and not a line item, which you have the ability to do whatever you want, but when that decision was made, no one asked how it would affect Copper Hills High School. I'm sorry, my time is out, but I'm going to assume that none of that is true, because I believe in the honesty and integrity of this board. I believe in elections and I believe in transparency, but I also believe there must be threads of truth in that, because several members of my school community council called your superintendent's office and have left messages over the last year, and I'm aware of one parent, last year being like August, and none of those calls were returned. So what were we to think? That the money was allocated to Bingham High School. And there's a healthy rivalry there. I mean, we all kind of enjoy it. But by not returning calls and saying that's actually not what happened, you fed and fueled the fire. There were two situations at the basketball game that we had parents yelling at other parents because we're mixed together in the stands. There is no way to control that. Please, board, please make it a board or a line item and get our bleachers fixed. There's no reason a 6A school shouldn't have working bleachers. And my Wi-Fi is not working here with your guest Wi-Fi, so I will send you pictures and email of what it looked like. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanna McLean.
Sorry, going to use my computer. But hi, good evening. My name is Joanna McLean, and this is my 9th year teaching, 5 years in the district, and I'm at a local high school. I am going to share some words from a colleague and then my own personal experience with cell phones in the classroom. That's what I'm here to share about. So this is from a colleague. She says, I have held a little experiment today. This is December 18th of last year, 2023. During my 7th period, my kids were taking a quiz, so I had their phones in my phone holder for about half the class period. That's approximately 50 minutes. I told them to keep their sound ringers on, and I did my best to keep track of the notifications they were receiving while the phones were in the holder. There were 31 students in class this day. In the 15 to 20 minutes we were taking the quiz, roughly 172 notifications came through. From about 11:20ish through the end of the period, there were roughly a total of 267 notifications. I missed some through the lesson while they were bringing their phones up. I guess it was closer to 300. Maybe even 350 total notifications in 50 minutes. That is more than 10 notifications per student. If they had been able to respond, she says, I can't even imagine how many notifications they would have been receiving. And they wonder why they're missing information or why they're struggling. Now I'll just share my personal experience. So I consider myself strict. The first day we go over the correct use of technology in class, and I let them know that I can give them a warning. It's probably a look. I'll walk up to them. I'll tap on my ear for them to take their AirPod out or headphones. And then if I have to come over again, I take the cell phone and put it in my drawer. And then if they're a repeat offender, then once I finally gotten fed up with it, I take it down to admin and they have to get it at the end of the day. You would think that would be a deterrent. I tell you it's not. The same students will still be on their phones. And I really do think that it hurts their opportunity to learn. It makes my job harder because I'm not going to let a kid fail. I will try and remediate with the student, ask them to come in, but again, that's my time that I'm staying. I often stay till 4 p.m. helping kids make up. For multilingual learners, technology can be a tool. I'm able to translate things over the computer with them, and so, I can understand why these students may want their cell phones, but we have the computer there. And I would say the biggest distractions are Snapchats, many Snapchats of the ceiling, and just texting with friends, playing the games that they text through. So, thank you, and I appreciate the resources, the support staff, our admin, and I really enjoy working here with the Jordan District. So, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Larson, we have 4 online comments.
Alyssa Bagnon. I am a teacher in Jordan School District, and although my middle school has a phone policy, I feel strongly that students would benefit greatly from a district-wide school policy. I have noticed that because of the school-wide policy, there's a plan in place for when a student is on their phone that is streamlined and clear. My job is much easier that I can depend on the school-wide policy, and students are more engaged. Students across Jordan School District should have access to these same benefits. Thank you. Alyssa Bagnon. Jill Bodine. Cell phones in schools are distracting students from learning, increasing social isolation, and limiting student creativity. Teachers are being asked to be the front line when it comes to cell phone policy in the classroom. As a high school classroom teacher, I can tell you this job is monumental, draining, and never-ending. It is difficult to keep students engaged in high-level thinking and problem-solving, period. Productive struggle and learning are, and always have been, hard. But place these feelings in competition with the immediate dopamine hit of a like, comment, photo, message, or picture from a friend, and it is a losing battle. A battle that is evident in our decreasing test scores. Jordan District has always been proactive and forward-thinking in terms of student learning, technology, and flexible instruction. We must also be proactive in cell phone policies that serve student learning and social well-being. Please remove cell phones from instructional time and allow students and teachers to focus on learning. Jill Bodine. Wendy Stewart. Please remember that schools are a microcosm of their communities and need to have local control. Please don't remove books in response to passive-aggressive posts via social media, but rather consider the needs of the students at each campus. Alternative campuses are there for reasons. Please don't apply white flight or LDS standards to those schools, but rather use the community standards of which the school is part of that community. Thank you. Wendy Stewart. Rebecca Terskonsky. I hope I'm saying that right. Teachers who are trying to hold students accountable for learning and engagement in class by holding a policy of phones away are failing. We are spending countless minutes enforcing our request and redirecting all class period long. Every time there is a pause in instruction, a transition from activities, a moment to think about what we are learning, phones come out and the process starts all over. There is no school structure for teachers to enforce or hold students accountable for not keeping phones away. We are wary of taking phones away. Teachers who do are called out by students to the administration as bullying/singling them out or making them uncomfortable. If there was a district/school policy, it would at least give us support that we need. Sincerely, Rebecca Terskonsky.
Thank you. That concludes our patron comment section. Okay, we'll now move on to our general business. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda items. And if you could name those in your motion, that'd be great.
That we approve the consent agenda items, board minutes, board
Board Meeting Calendar 2024-25, Evaluation of Superintendent of Schools and Evaluation of Business Administrator.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards, to approve our consent agenda items. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Can I just take a minute to let the public know that the end of the school year, by our policy, we evaluate, or sorry, the end of the calendar year, so December, we evaluate our superintendent and our business administrator. And we evaluate them based on the terms set forth in our policies, and the board has found both Dr. Godfrey and Mr. Larson to be in compliance with all of our policies. We are very pleased and very lucky to have two very capable and competent leaders in our district. And it is our intention to renew their contracts. Their contracts aren't up until June, so we'll be voting on it at that time. But we did let them know that it's our intention to renew their contracts this year. Yes, that deserves a round of applause. Thank you. Okay, can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Move that we accept the consent agenda items, expenditures, financial statements, personnel licensed and education support professionals, recommendation to issue certificates for home instruction, and non-compliance report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the consent agenda items. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes. We will now move on to bids. Can I get a motion for our first bid?
I move that we accept the bid for Sunset Ridge Middle School Chromebooks and licenses.
I second.
Motion by Ms. George, second by Ms. Dean to accept the bid for the Sunset Ridge Middle School Chromebooks and licenses. Is there discussion to that motion?
I've noticed almost every board meeting we are approving bids for Chromebooks. And I'll grant that technology is an integral part of education now. I guess I'm just wondering if we're getting our money's worth out of these devices. And I can maybe talk to John offline, but maybe I'd just like to get answers to questions about, how many we purchase per year, what's the expected lifespan of these devices. It's a lot of taxpayer money.
And these are also being paid for with the TSA funds and land trust funds.
You want to give a brief answer to that, Mr. Larson?
I couldn't tell you the number of Chromebooks we have in the district, but I'm going to guess it's about, I'll say 65,000. Chromebooks do expire. Many people don't know that, but if you have a private Chromebook, they do expire. And they typically will be about 5 years from purchase date when they need to be replaced. So what most schools are doing is trying to do like a 20% replacement rate every year so that they have new ones coming in constantly and old ones that are being phased out. That also assists with the budgeting, so that because they don't, get all their money once every 5 years, they're getting an allocation each year. So they just have this rotation moving that they rotate through. Our school techs have become very proficient at making Chromebooks last longer because they are a commodity that can break and become not the tool they should be. And so our school techs are constantly trying to repair and replace. You might see some schools that have several old Chromebooks that they're sometimes referred to as a boneyard, because you go to it and you try and take pieces of what worked in one and fix another one with it and try to create usable Chromebooks again. So we're doing what we can to make them last and rotate. There's just a lot of students, a lot of Chromebooks in labs, and student issued Chromebooks. So yeah, they'll be here pretty much every month with a new Chromebook approval.
At the same time, have we seen the decrease in the need of textbooks?
Yes.
Where that cost might be rising, we might be saving in some other areas.
Yeah, textbooks themselves are used much less, or more for specialty classes. But the Chromebook in many respects has replaced a textbook as a learning tool, and then software's being used or some other interaction that the teacher has prepared with a Chromebook.
Not that I'm interested, but white paper count's still up, right?
Last I looked, white paper is holding steady.
Oh, good.
So it's...
Okay, is there any further discussion? Right, we have a motion to approve the bid for Sunset Ridge Middle School HP Chromebooks and licenses. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. The motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for bid B?
I move that we approve the bid for the career and technical education laser engravers.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett to approve the bid for the career and technical education laser engravers. Is there discussion to that motion? I do have one question. How did we determine which schools get them?
That's what I was going to ask.
Thank you. As we spoke last time about our Perkins funding, we did look at the demographics of each of our schools, each of our middle schools. We determined that each, in working with also the maintenance department, the 6 schools that were received in this year were deemed schools that, one, there was an interest from the teacher. 2, the Perkins funding relies upon a demographic and a certain course sequence that are being taught, and then the feasibility of venting these machines. So the 6 schools that are listed are the schools that that met all of those. We're working. Our goal is that next year we'll be able to furnish the other middle schools with those machines. This grant expires at the end of, we have to spend the money by June, and so these 6 were selected based on those criteria so that we could get the money spent before the grant expired. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you. Is there any other discussion to this motion? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion to approve the bid for career and technical education laser engravers. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for bid C?
I move that we approve the Board of Education Audit Committee for financial auditing services.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Richards to approve the bid for the Board of Education Audit Committee Financial Auditing Services. Is there discussion to that motion?
This is the independent auditor. We have 2 auditors. One is an internal auditor where we direct, hey, we'd like to know about this, we'd like to know about this, and we tell them what to look at. This is the independent auditor. This is Squire and Company that came and presented the act for in November. Finished it-ish September. They are told by state, federal standards, go look at these things. Now, we can invite them to look at something, but they look at what they want to look at. We make our financial statements available. They're the ones that come and say, we put our name behind them. Jordan School District is in good standing financially. They have done what they said they did with the money.
Squire's contract with us expired shortly after they reported to this board about our audit last year. And so we waited until they were done to avoid any apparent conflict. We submitted RFP, and we had one bidder. And so we went through a significant process to get more bidders, and none came in. And so we met, scored them anyway, and they scored very well. As one who has scored several RFPs, I would have been surprised if anyone could have won the bid from them. They just scored really well. So we, as an audit committee, are recommending to the board that we move forward with the contract for Squire and Company and renew this is a 5-year contract. The expenses are within range. We were a little worried, since they were the only bidder, are these expenses high? They are not. They are within range of what we expected to pay, and so it is our recommendation that the board approve this bid.
Any other discussion to the motion? Oh, I took a motion, right? Okay. So we have a motion to approve the bid for Board of Education Audit Committee Financial Auditing Services. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Next, we have our special business items. We have some policies to approve tonight. Our first one is a recommendation to approve revisions to Administrative Policy D200, Philosophy of Instruction. And all of these policies have been discussed in previous study sessions. But Dr. Godfrey, will you just give us a brief overview of this change?
Yes, this is just a change that includes assemblies, that there be notification of an assembly in advance so that parents are aware of who is performing or presenting in an assembly. A lot of work was done over a long period of time, as Ms. Miller has indicated, but we just added assemblies as an additional clarification. It was brought up by a board member, reviewed by the board, and I think it's a good addition. It's something that many schools are already doing. It just clarifies in policy that that's an expectation.
Thank you. Can I get a motion, and then we'll go to public input?
I'll make a motion that we approve the revisions to the Administrative Policy D200, Philosophy of Instruction.
I second.
Motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Ms. Dean, to approve revisions to Administrative Policy D200, Philosophy of Instruction. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to address us on this policy? Seeing none, is there any board discussion on this change? Okay, all in favor of approving revisions to Administrative Policy D200, Philosophy of Instruction, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Our next item is a recommendation to retire Administrative Policy AA447, out-of-district student enrollment. Mr. Sorensen, do you want to give us a brief explanation about why we're retiring this?
Yes, I do. So the out-of-district student enrollment was last revised in 2009. Lots of things have changed since then. Board rule has come forward that actually overrides a lot of what's in our current policy that we are currently abiding by. In addition to that, what was in this policy referred to as the Wasatch Front Consortium, which involved a lot of our CTE classes and programs, is also no longer in existence. And so the JATC, the enrollment process for the JATC is further documented on our website. And so basically everything in this current policy is being adhered to in different areas.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion to accept accept the recommendation to retire administrative policy AA447 out of district student enrollment.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Mr. Robinson. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to address us on this policy? Seeing none, is there any board discussion on this? All right, all in favor of accepting the recommendation to retire administrative policy AA447 out of district student enrollment, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Our next item is a recommendation to approve revisions to administrative policy DE 501 curriculum adoption and review committee. Ms. Goff.
We've had this come to several board meetings, several study sessions, and we have made the requested adjustments with just some tightening of language, and so we're bringing it to this meeting to have that final approval.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to make a motion on this one because as I was reading through it, just had one thing that I noticed, and I hate that it's come to us several times and I didn't notice it before because I hate to wait till the very end to throw something in. But my motion, if you look in the policy under D, supplemental materials, our supplemental materials are not ones used district-wide, so they're not adopted by the board, and teachers have discretion to select materials. And item number 3 says supplemental materials shall adhere to applicable USBE rules and Utah state laws and regulations. And it just made me wonder why the primary instructional materials don't also say that statement. I would feel more comfortable if we added that statement in to A. So under A, we have materials should be, and there's 1 through 11. If we add a number 12 and say in compliance with applicable USBE rules and Utah state laws and regulations. So my motion is to amend policy DE 501 to add an A12 that says in compliance with applicable USBE rules and Utah state laws and regulations.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion to that motion?
I'm just questioning whether A1 already covers that. Does it not cover it enough for you? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I wondered that too, because we have A1 is core standards and JSD board policy.
Can we reword 1?
Oh, to say aligned to Utah core standards or specified core standards and JSD board policy. To say and JSD and USBE policy.
Yeah. Might be the easiest.
So aligned to Utah core standards or specified core standards and JSD board policy. Or just instead of and, it would be comma JSD board policy and USBE rules and Utah state laws and regulations. Is that cleaner?
I'm
Do
okay
it either
with
way, whatever you'd prefer.
How about aligned to Utah core standards, comma, USBE regulation, I'm not reading it well, I'm sorry, and then JSD policy at the end.
I would do it law, board, state board rule, and policy, since it's kind of done in that order.
Aligned to the Utah core standards, comma, specified core standards, comma, Utah state laws and regulations, comma, USBE rules, comma, and JSD board policy.
I like that. That's a lot, but it.
We are aligning to everything.
Are they aligning to us?
I'm fine with the wording that way. Okay, so
I think that's a better place than putting that at the bottom, because the two do relate. That's a good catch, Marilyn.
all right, so the motion will be to amend this policy to change number 1 to be aligned to the Utah course standards, comma, specified course standards, comma, applicable USBE rules. Oh, no. Utah state laws and regulations, comma, applicable USB rules, comma, and JSD board policy, period. Oh, there's no period at the end of this. Okay. And does your second still hold?
Yep, second still holds.
Okay, further discussion?
But we're approving the policy given that change.
We're just going to restate
First of all,
that
we'll
one
vote
first.
on whether or not to amend it, and then we'll vote on whether or not to approve the policy. So this motion is to amend. Okay,
Which one on D were you likening that to, you know?
it was D3.
3? Should that read the same then, or not?
Well, see, and that's separated, like number 2 says aligned with Utah state core standards.
Right. Should we have one like we have above? Excuse me, have above.
So should 3 say supplemental materials adhere to USB rules, Utah state laws and regulations, and JSD policy?
So they're alike.
Fine. Okay, maybe I'll take one amendment at a time. So let's take the first amendment, and then you make that amendment. Okay, so first amendment, we have a motion, a second, to amend DE 501A1 to say aligned to Utah course standards, comma, specified course standards, comma, Utah state laws and regulations, comma, applicable USB rules, comma, and JSD board policy. All in favor of that amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Do you want to make a motion on?
I can.
B?
I make the motion that we align D2 and 3 to read the same as the aforementioned change, and I don't want to go through it all.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Richards, second by Mr. Barnett to make D2 and 3 match what we did with A1.
Just a clarification, though, this one will say supplement materials and then match, right?
Yes. And if we're okay if they change commas and slight wordsmithing?
Yep.
Our administration does that, I'm okay with that. Yeah. Okay, all in favor of the motion to change D3, or to change D2 and 3 to be consistent with what's in A1, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay. Okay, now, can I get a motion to approve the amended policy?
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation to approve revisions, including the amendments we just made to Administrative Policy DE 501 Curriculum Adoption and Review Committee.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Ms. Richards to approve the policy, including the amendments that were made to DE 501 Curriculum Adoption and Review Committee. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to address us on this policy? Okay, is there any further discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the policy DE 501 Curriculum Adoption and Review Committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. And I would like to thank Ms. Goff and her staff for their work on this committee. This is something that we brought up back when we, about a year ago, when we were going through a curriculum adoption and review, and it was a good process that we went through, and it's good to have these changes to the policy and bring it up to align with some of our latest practices. So thank you. Okay, our next one, can I get a motion on D? Oh, no, just a second. Not a motion yet. That's got my name on it. Our next item is recommendation to approve revisions to board policy GP 110, public participation at board meetings. The changes to this policy are to bring it in alignment with some changes at the state law level, and that previously we just limited patron comment to those that are in our district or teach in our district. And we have changed that now so that patron comment is allotted first to those in our district, and then we will take comments from people out of the district if time permits. There was also some language added that we will only take comment on things that are germane to the authority of the board, and that comments should be age appropriate. Can I get a motion on this one?
Move that we approve revisions to board policy GP 110, public participation at board meetings.
I'll second that.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards to approve the revisions to board policy GP 110, public participation at board meetings. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address us on this policy? Is there any board discussion?
For clarification, the changes that we're approving go into effect immediately upon being approved. Is that correct?
That's correct. All right, all in favor of approving revisions to board policy GP 110, public participation at board meetings, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. All right, superintendent's report. Dr. Godfrey.
I'll just quickly report on one of the events I've attended this year. I was able to attend one of these nights, a Broadway review at Riverton High, in keeping with the Riverton High theme. And they really did a tremendous job. It was the music, dance, and theater class. I would love to have just one of those three talents at the level that these students enjoy them. They did a tremendous job. A Broadway review is a combination of songs that may have been in musicals or may have simply been part of a collection of songs that was performed on or off Broadway. And it was really, they had remarkable range in acting and in dancing and singing, performing. Kelly DeHaan accompanied them and played an arrangement that he had written himself. And Clint Eaton is the teacher at Riverton who's been doing this for a very long time, and it was a delight. It changed my listening practices for days to come. I was listening to music related to what they had performed for days, and that's, to change what I'm listening to, that's a big impact, because I listen to a lot of music. It was a tremendous night, and I actually have a podcast episode I recorded with them, and I encourage you to listen to it if you haven't. It's one of many wonderful programs in the district, and it was really fun to interview the kids as they were rehearsing, interview Mr. Eaton, and then see them perform. It was a real thrill. So lots of talented teachers and students in Jordan, and it was fun to see the results of their hard work.
Thank you. Next agenda item is committee reports and comments by board members. Do we have any committee reports?
I have closed session.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments?
I have a little. First of all, PTA. There's a couple of things coming up that I wanted to make you aware of. On February 8th at 6:30 at Copper Mountain Middle, the Region Reflections Award Night will be happening. And of course, you're all welcome and invited to attend. And then March 8th at Harriman High School will be the Battle of the Bands. And that is like multiple districts that will be there. It will be a fun night. And again, you're welcome to be there. And then there's just a couple of dates.
Is Dr. Godfrey by chance the MC at the Battle of the Bands?
I'll let him answer that.
The answer is yes. Yes,
All the
I was
more
asked
reason to
again.
attend. So, there's a couple of upcoming dates that just for us to be aware of. The 19th of March, they're hoping to present the state reflection winners from our region in board meeting. And the 23rd of April, the PTA awards during board meeting. So just a couple of things. And then April, yeah, 23rd. And we're really hoping the March date will work for that. It's going to be real close, but they don't want them all in one, so. And then I have some government relations. Is it okay if I just keep going? All right. So, first thing, just a reminder that something new that's happening with JLC actually is the Thursday night meetings that you can attend via Zoom. They start at 7:30, and it just kind of gives you a short overview of the bills that are going to be discussed at JLC. So it's an easier way to keep up with things, and you're welcome to watch. But if you do, make sure that if you have opinions or concerns, that you share that with our voting JLC member, which is Tracy. So that's
Usually,
a great.
except for this Friday.
This week, if you watch, let me know what you think. And then we have been kicking around some ideas to try to improve our outreach to our cities. And we know that we have a lot of newly elected city council members. We wanted to throw out the idea of setting up a meeting with the new city council members from each city, inviting the board members who represent that city to the meeting, and then Anthony or Mike and John. I thought that might be a great way to make connections and build those relationships. Wonder how you feel about that. Is that something you'd be interested in us setting up?
Yes.
Perfect. Lisa is in.
What's a new council member? So, because a lot of them were elected the last cycle, but they've not really interacted with us a lot. Would we invite just the newly elected ones, or could we get even the last two cycles? That's just a thought.
That's probably a good idea. We could include those as well. Just need to.
Yeah.
You-
I would just say that.
You could do either way. I just was wondering.
I just wouldn't do them all at one time.
Yeah.
Like all
You
the
don't
city
want
council
them to
people.
form a quorum.
Right.
Yeah,
So
that's a good
Thinking
point.
of more one-on-ones, but if we made it through all the new ones and wanted to go back and hit some of the others.
Maybe that's a better approach, is do the,
And maybe that's something we could email and say, we're doing this. And if you haven't had a chance and are interested, we can set up another meeting.
I like that idea.
Okay, sounds great. We will get that started and probably reach out with some potential dates to each board member. So, of course, it will be shared by those who share a city, but we'll let you know. That's it for me.
I have a couple things. One of the things is the teacher. I listened to the podcast, and Mr. Is it Eaton? He's an alumni of Joel P. Jensen Middle School, which I thought was really cool. Also, I don't know if the public knows this, but somebody who works here at JATC prepares little snack boxes for the board so that, because sometimes we're here kind of late and over dinner, and I just thought that maybe the board could write a note or do something to show our appreciation for this employee for preparing these snack boxes for us.
I think that would be very appropriate.
I nominate Lisa.
I'll second it.
To do, so I just come up, you're giving me like full license here of what I want to do.
You can,
I am.
Yep.
You can use colored markers even.
Just no white paper.
No white paper.
Okay, okay.
Do it
Thank you.
digitally.
Yeah, if you want it on a JSD note card or letterhead or something, Roxanne can help facilitate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's a great idea.
Next Tuesday, we have the Jordan Parent Advisory Committee meeting here in this room. I just wanted to remind people of that. And then we talked about doing another one. I don't think we picked a date, did we, Dr. Anderson? Would that be smart to hurry and pick one so we can announce it, or do we want to wait?
We can look at dates and put it out there as soon as we know. We haven't decided on one yet, though.
I don't know, what does the board think? Should we pick something now, or does it matter? Because if we pick something now, then we can announce it at the meeting next Tuesday.
Look at the timeline for when we have Portrait of a Graduate and our strategic plan rolled out, because I'd like that.
Because that's what we
to
were
be at a
gonna.
point where we can.
So maybe we're not quite ready to.
No, we kind of put together a timeline.
We
I
were
just have
saying
to
like
look at it.
March or April. We were waiting for Portrait of a Graduate and the legislative session to be over, I think. When does the legislative session end?
March 1st.
First?
Okay. Yeah, March 19th.
Is the presentation
is
to the board?
when the board would be approving the plan.
26.
So anytime after that would work.
The 26th is spring break. That's probably not a good time to do it. We could do it the 2nd of April. Does that look like a good day? Or we can
Works
do
for
the
me.
16th of April. Dr. Anderson, April 2nd or 16th? What do you think is best?
Either one of those work for me. I defer to the board on that one. Either one works.
We'll go with save the date on April 2nd, and we'll tell them that we could. We're the week after. Okay, so we'll do a save the date on April 2nd.
April 2nd, 6:30 to 8, same time frame?
Same time frame.
Thank you.
And then we can adjust that. It's easier to adjust back than just up. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Did everyone get the invitation to the Jordan Education Foundation Donor Appreciation Lunch? Okay, that is next Wednesday. Hopefully, everyone can come. It is always just a super great event. We will miss you if you can't come. It really is going to be a great event. Great opportunity to learn about all the things the foundation's doing, and lots of heartwarming stories about things that are happening within our schools. So, if you're able to attend that is great. And if you know people that might be interested in learning more about the foundation, let me know and we can get an invitation to them. Our last item is the board bulletin. Dr. Godfrey, do you want to say anything about that?
I emailed a draft of the board, or the bulletin board, which would be the newsletter we would email out. I just welcome any feedback. You can email me. I think Communications did a nice job of putting together something visual, brief, board-related, but I welcome any feedback on that. It's your bulletin, and we want it to reflect your desires. So we can talk about any suggestions now, or you can send those to me by email.
I loved it. I thought it was great.
What would you rather? Do you want now or?
Now's great.
I also loved it and thought it was great. I wondered, and this is not a suggestion, just a tossing out an idea, like a lot of the board da-da-da, the board da-da-da, but if this is our bulletin, is it from us? Should that be, I don't know.
So should it say as a board?
As a board, we, or, yeah, I just thought maybe something, like I like how under the you are invited, it says, we invite you to join us at our monthly board meeting. And it felt like this is coming from our perspective instead of a different perspective.
Instead of some outside entity reporting on what the board did, right?
So like make it first person instead of third person?
Yeah. I don't know. I just wanted to feel like this is coming from us to you, like a conversation. I don't want it to be super casual, but that was my only thought as I read over it.
And I really liked it. I thought it was a really nice layout, but on the first where involvement in the legislative process, the 4 bullets are not parallel.
Okay.
And I wondered if we could work on the language just a little bit. That makes sense?
I was just thinking about, what you said, if we don't say the board, then we say we created a government relations. Or our board?
Or as a board?
Okay. I could see that, doing our board created. Or as a board, that would work. Okay, anything else? Do you have an estimated time frame for when this will be sent out?
We can send it out just within the next few days.
Do you want to see it again before it is sent out, board members?
Nope.
You okay with that?
Just check the tone and where it's coming from and
Parallelism on the first 4 bullets, and throw some first-person references.
Warmth, a little more warmth.
we trust you. It's awesome. And thank you to Sandy and her staff for doing this.
Okay.
Yeah,
We'll strike a balance there. How's that?
But this is great. Thank you so much. And please
Great.
tell Ms. Reese-Graff and her staff, thank you. Fantastic.
I will. They're very good at this. Thank you.
Okay, anything else from the board? All right, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and we will finish we'll do a circle back and then finish our last study session item.
We might get out early and we're all here. Yeah.
Okay, we are back in our study session. It's January 23rd, 2024. All board members are present, and we are on item G, legislative review. The legislative session started, what, a week ago? We're a week in. And so we've got Ms. George, who's our government relations chair. Do you want to say anything?
Anything happen in a week?
And then Dr. Anderson's prepared for the presentation.
Let's let Dr. Anderson take it.
Okay, Dr. Anderson.
Well, yes, we are a week in. It's been a somewhat eventful week. I want to maybe just begin by just thanking the board and acknowledging just the effort and the presence that the board has, not only in all sorts of legislative meetings, but the awareness and the engagement that they have with that you have as a board with our lawmakers is, I believe, second to none. I don't think there's another district that engages like this board does. I don't think there's another district that does it better. So to that, I commend you and also thank you, because it makes my job easier. So thank you. And just a couple of reminders. I've put two things on board docs. One is relating to USBA Day on the Hill. That will be February 8th. And that's an opportunity. I checked the calendar, and it appears as though there will be Senate Education Committee meeting in the morning of that day, and then I believe House Ed meets in the afternoon of that day. At least it's scheduled. Anything can happen between now and February 8th, but it is on the calendar as such, so it might be a day to, if you wish, certainly to come up and attend committee meetings if you can only make it up there for floor time or even lunch. We do have the Capitol Boardroom reserved that day, which is nice because that's a room on the main floor of the rotunda, a nicer historical setting room with a large table, and a nice place that we won't be drowned out by the cacophony of voices and noise in the rotunda. And so that's something that we've reserved over a year ago, and we have that for, luckily things worked out for February 8th. So we'll have that, and then on February 22nd will be our Student Body Officer Day on the Hill, and that's always a favorite one. Hopefully it works out this year with the weather. But that'll be an opportunity for our student body presidents to come up to the Hill, receive a tour, interact with members of the executive branch and the legislative branch. We arrange for them to sit on the floor with local lawmakers from their respective schools, and that's always a fun time. And then we'll have lunch up there. It'll be a simple box lunch, and eat up there at the Capitol again in the boardroom, and transportation is provided for them to and from. We'll be meeting at South Valley School, 9 o'clock. Thank you, Marilyn. So those are a couple of things to watch. On board docs as well
Just back on that, if board members are invited to both of those days, if you can only go to one or the other, though, I'd come on February 8th, because the 8th is just, we actually have arranged to have just board members and legislators for lunch together that day.
Yep, thank you.
I
I think they needed it by February 3rd comes to mind, so I don't think we need it right now. But if we know of people that are coming on that day, I mean, but I don't think they need a hard count just yet.
If you're able to come, do you want to email me? Is that okay? Oh, does anyone know that they're coming on February 8th? I'm coming. Lisa and Tracy and Daryl? Sure. We just want to make sure we have lunch for everybody.
I probably couldn't come the whole day, but I'll come to it for sure.
Okay. And there is also a committee meeting for education right after our lunchtime. So there's a 2 o'clock for the House, and then there was it 8 o'clock for the Senate.
Yes.
They're both on that day, so if you have the time, it would be a great day to come.
And there's no plan, like USB doesn't have any planned activities. So the only planned thing is that lunch with us and our legislators at noon. So that's the time you should be there, is between noon and 2, yeah.
Noon to 2 is when we have the room.
But if you want to stay for House Ed, it's at 2. If you want to come up at 8 in the morning.
Yeah, JLC or USBA will provide the lunch for board members, and we've ordered a few lunches for our legislators, and we'll be inviting them to come over at noon to the Capitol Boardroom.
And others, if you look at your schedule and want to add your name, just let me know.
Just for future years, The 22nd is also state DECA. Makes it a little bit hard to attend both, but
Is it always on the 22nd?
it just seems like the last 3 years are SBL days during the state DECA competition. So,
Okay.
it's not a big deal, but I kind of like to go to both. So
Got it. We'll try and work around that.
it was really good because state DECA used to be downtown Salt Lake, and so you could actually do both down there, but now they do it up in Davis County. Anyways, this is something maybe in future.
Thank you.
So Mike, what's concerning you? What's the scuttlebutt that's got you up at night?
Well, what we've been working on this week we've been working one bill that's has to do with lease revenue bonds this week. That's the one that has had my attention, and John and I have met with the sponsor of that bill, SB 86. That's a bill that's originally was intended to do away with lease revenue bonds. Kudos to the sponsor, is Senator Fillmore. He has met with us on numerous occasions now, and has been open and willing to suggestions. It's gone from no lease revenue bonds at all to a cap on the amount of lease revenue bonds, and we've given him feedback back and forth on that. John's given him some great data, some great information on that. And again, the latest version is still not quite where I think we would need it to be, and he's heard not just from us but several stakeholders, and he indicated this morning that there will be a sub coming on that. And that's one that has the immediate attention because of what we've been doing with our recent lease revenue bond, and several school districts across the state use that as a tool to do things. So that has my attention. Overall, funding is always a question. It's a little early because revenue projections aren't quite in yet, but so the question as to how much WPU we might be getting is still up there and out there. Executive appropriations and education appropriations have been meeting and discussing above the line, meaning what do we roll into the ongoing WPU or flexible allocations versus what do we keep below the line, so to speak, of specific line items, such as dual language immersion, such as Beverly Taylor Sorensen and the arts, such as digital teaching and learning. And all of those are currently being discussed in those committees, in their respective committees, and that's something that we've been keeping an eye on as well.
What is Lincoln's impetus for running this bill?
I was pleased to
Understand it.
find that out. And
What is
the motive behind it is school districts who go for a GO bond and it's turned down, and then they go for the lease revenue bond. He felt like, wait a minute, the public spoke, don't want this, and you're going behind their back.
Oh.
So it's really those districts who seem to be abusing their power because they've already asked the public and the public turned them down.
Yeah. And many of those districts have leveraged the lease revenue bond as a way, because the public did deny the large bond, but there was an acute need, such as the one we have in several of our schools where there was just, they're in a high growth district and they needed the school no matter what because there was just no way to accommodate the kids coming. And so they leveraged the lease revenue bond in most cases to build a single school. And that's a lever there that is, sometimes in high growth districts, or you get a school that's got a safety issue, to go out for a GO bond would be, that's oftentimes
everyone to vote for.
Exactly, and it's oftentimes a year and a half process.
And a very costly process.
And costly process. A lease revenue bond is a tool that boards can leverage and pull, as you know, because you're in it, to save the taxpayers money and time and expense and safety.
We who are doing it correctly.
Yeah, and I think some of the claims have been misunderstood and even exaggerated as to what other school districts have done. We don't want to be punished for any bad acting on any other district's part, but the cases that I'm familiar with, the districts were acting in good faith and asked for a larger bond, was denied, but then turned around and built a single school.
It was needed.
It was necessary because of the high growth. So that was the impetus for it, because he wanted to increase transparency and didn't want to circumvent the process. Lease revenue bonds are subject to referendum, by the way. So that's another issue that we're watching carefully, is the referendum bills that are out there. There are two being run. they started off identical and they've now split and away from each other. Representative Shipp is running one, and he has now included language. It's not adopted, but the new language basically carves out tax increases from being subject to referendum. But other board decisions may be subject to referendum if there is in this board, if 5 out of 7 board members vote in favor for it, then it would be not subject to referendum. So basically, if 4 out of 7 vote, then it
Public is the tiebreaker, basically.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
But we need a supermajority, basically. Or
That's what he's saying. Yep. And he was, again, kudos to Representative Shipp for listening to JLC. Yeah, I think several of you were on that phone call, and he went back and changed some things, and that substitute is out there but hasn't been adopted by committee yet.
Then is Perucci running the other one?
She is, and I haven't heard much action or stance on that, or when that might be heard in committee.
What are the expenses related? Why are they so expensive?
Yeah, that's a great question. I may defer to our resident geo expert, but there is a lot of campaigning and not campaigning, but
Campaign.
you can't campaign.
Informing. There's a lot of informing.
Yes.
The legal requirements to do a geo bond are numerous, lengthy, very detailed, and it takes approximately, I would say, between 12 and 18 months to do a geo bond election. So it's not an election you can do just after hearing about enrollment projections and say, whoa, I guess we should do a geo bond. I mean, it's something that has to be planned long in advance. The major cost, but not the only one, is time. It is an enormous amount of time to go through all of the processes and the information that's required for that to take place. A large part of that time is just addressing errors and myths that are spread in the community. And one thing I like to say is, in a geo bond election, there's one group that's required by law to state the truth, and everybody else has freedom of speech to say whatever else they want.
Yeah. What would you estimate maybe a range for a district our size to bond as far as cost to the district?
That's really going to be a big guess. The direct cost would be, I'll guess, over $100,000. Indirect cost of staff time away from their normal jobs, trying to take care of all of the details, over $500,000.
Plus a lot of volunteer efforts and public information campaign.
There's a whole volunteer group that puts together a campaign and fundraises money, but that has to be outside of the district.
Right.
So $500,000 maybe it costs.
the minimum.
Well, plus you mentioned when we were talking about lease revenue, the capital levy, right? You have to increase.
A GO bond is the public authorizing you to increase the debt levy. So you do have to raise your debt levy to match the bond. A lease revenue bond, you do not have to raise a levy, you just have to pay for it. How you choose to pay for it, how you get to pay for it is kind of up to you. And what this board has done now several times in the last 15 years is not raised any levy, but just simply took it out of the revenues that were coming in for capital. So essentially, it's a reprioritization of, we need to build this school, and we're going to build this school as opposed to doing something else with the money that we have capital with. To be kind of flippant, an amusement park or whatever else you want to do with it, you know, you're prioritizing that school higher than everything else. So in my view, that saves taxpayers money. Now, some people say, but you're using taxpayers' money, so how is that saving money? Well, a GO bond requires me to raise your taxes, though. So if I can use existing taxes, is that not a better method? I think.
It is. Returning to your question, Mr. Dunford, I think the other things that have had our attention and are some of the bills. I mean, just an update. There's a bill that's known as the transgender bathroom bill. That's
For public buildings, right?
correct. And schools are included, government buildings. HB 257 had our attention because one of the big concerns we had was there was no indemnification language in there. Spoke with the sponsor, the Senate sponsor of the bill this week, and he called the House sponsor or contacted her while we were meeting and was added to their. We appreciated that. That's a big part of what our concerns are revolving around. So that was a big thing.
Talk about pushing that into the schools.
Schools are included in that. Yeah.
So all government buildings include schools.
Correct. So that passed the House by a supermajority vote this week.
Are they worried about the ramifications of passing this bill, such as losing Major League Baseball in the Olympics? I mean, in other states that have done this, it just seems that they lost a ton of money in economic benefits.
Those have been brought up in comments and on floor debates and in committee debates for sure. Those issues.
As long as they, as long as they know what they're doing.
Yeah. So, any other questions or any other bills that you'd like covered, or anything you'd want to be on my radar?
I'm interested in your take on the gun bill that teachers, educators can now carry. I mean, they can carry before, but they can now. How do we administer that different? And that passed the House, right?
That has passed. Well, there's a couple of them. One is HB 112 and HB 119. What HB 1?
Hasn't passed. Are you talking about HB 119?
HB 119
Hasn't passed the House.
is just been referred. It's still in rules, so it hasn't got out yet. And then there's another one that Representative Jimenez is also running that would give credits, reimbursements to teachers that wanted to install a biometric safe in their classroom. These bills are concerning because one of the bills requires to have an armed guard in every building, and there are concerns about cost. There are concerns about when you don't have enough, especially in rural districts where you may not have the law enforcement force necessary to put an armed officer in every building. This bill allows for volunteers and non-law enforcement personnel to take that responsibility. Those are concerning issues. So, again, those have not come out yet. They haven't been heard.
Okay.
Talk about the education earmark and the many promises that we were given.
Well, that's a major issue overshadowing the session for education is the SJR 10, Senate Joint Resolution 10, which is the deal, so to speak, that upon completion or passage of the constitutional amendment, there's an extra WPU in store for education, and it's trying to decide how to support or not support SJR 10 is an ongoing discussion. They have a weekly update in JLC on that issue, and haven't heard anything official in terms of floor debates or committee discussions on that to this point. Something to watch for sure.
What are the ones you're most excited to see go through, Mike?
The water efficient landscaping requirements, I'm happy for Scott on that one. That's HB 11, addresses the use of lawn and turf. I don't know, the fiscal note on that's not available yet, but I'm happy for what that might mean for saving some water.
There's the resolution expressing appreciation for support staff.
Oh, yes. Yeah, there is one, and Senator Fillmore is running that, I believe. That's a great example of a bill that makes me happy.
Is there a fiscal note attached to that one?
I don't think so.
It's a big thing.
Yeah.
Just wondering.
There is a bill that makes it so you can ride your bicycle no-handed, because currently it's law that you have to keep at least one hand on your handlebar.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can still do that. I did that when I was younger, but
To take
when it
that
was
about
against
as
the law.
seriously as the Halloween bill last year.
Self-driving bicycles, I don't know.
That's the incredible thing with the legislators is they're keeping track of all these other bills. Like, we really are micro-focused on education, but they have their plates full of all these other bills also.
Yeah. There was a bill that was heard in committee today that Representative Tusher has reached out a couple of times on, has been working with the High School Activities Association, that just clarified that students, regardless of documentation, if they're homeless or if they're refugees, can still participate in extracurricular activities. With the passage of bills in the last 2 years, it required such items like a birth certificate, for example, to participate in UHSA sanctioned activities. That may have prohibited students that didn't have documentation or that came as refugees or homeless status from participating in sports. So that one sailed out of committee today. That's a good step in the right direction for vulnerable students, where sports may be a great way to be matriculated into the community and feel part of the school. So I like that one too. Yeah. We'll update this and on board docs, and of course, I think it gets sent out to JLC members on a regular basis. So if you have any questions at any point in time, don't ever hesitate to text me or call me. If I can look into something and get a beat on something or put something on my radar or any sort of questions, I'm happy to help answer them or find the answers for you.
Did you all get the tracking sheet from Lexi Cunningham?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't need to forward it to you
That's
every
on board.
week.
It's on board docs.
Okay.
If you just save the link and
Yeah.
updates for you.
Thanks for all your work. That's really helpful for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is great. Dr. Anderson is just well known and respected by all legislators, not just the ones in our area, that will reach out to him for help on bills. So appreciate your work.
When do we do an evaluation on him?
He's not our employee.
He has a different boss.
I get to do that. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. It'd be contingent on the size of the WPU increase.
Yes, right. We're tying your job directly.
I don't know if I want to take that risk.
I would, for sure.
We're rolling the dice on that one.
All right, thank you. Okay, circling back to the cell phone policy, does anyone have any other thoughts, or do we put this on our next agenda?
I have a couple thoughts.
Okay.
I wonder if it would be helpful to start by getting some policy drafted so that we can kind of see where we want to start from and then decide based on that what comes next. Because I think sending a survey before we have our heads around the direction that we would consider is risky. And we can always survey and hold town hall, or is that the right word? Meetings for the public afterwards to gather input. But at least then we have a base to talk from, instead of just saying like, oh, here's 27 different ideas. Choose the one that's best to you. I think that would help parents to be able to voice a little more concretely.
My only hesitation is, how do you pare that down? There are so many, ideas and tangents and things that are working in some places and not in others. How do you pare it down?
The idea, go ahead.
Well, and I was just thinking, there is a possibility that there won't be a new district cell phone policy. Do you know what I mean? So it's hard for me to go from writing a policy to a survey when it's possible that, anyway.
Nothing will change.
Yeah, maybe nothing will change. We heard from teacher some comments about cell phones tonight, and I am interested in what teachers think and their thoughts about, should it be a district policy or should we keep it a school policy? And the thing is, it might be something as simple as help, like training administrators and teachers, or having professional development in how to implement and enforce their own school's cell phone policies, as opposed to, I don't know. I don't know about writing, but I don't know how much work goes into drafting a policy also.
So my thoughts were along the lines of when we made changes to the dress code policy, because I kind of feel like this cell phones and dress code are, kind of along the same lines as heavy issues with lots of different opinions. It was a long process, like over a year. And I think it started, and I can't remember, I think it started with administration bringing us something. But that was a long process before they had something to bring us. And then we went out to every single school community council and got feedback from them. We held a town hall meeting. We sent a skyward out to everyone saying, come give your public comment in these 2 meetings. So we got a lot of community feedback, lots of opportunities, and feel like we came up with a good policy in the end. But it's a heavy lift and about a year-long process, and I kind of am seeing this as being a similar thing.
Well, and that was an already existing
Policy that was just changed.
that was being changed. And this would be, wouldn't it be forming a new policy?
We would form a new policy, but it's expanding on existing policy, right? With our digital.
Yeah.
Citizenship.
How about this? What if we notified JPAC in our meeting on Tuesday that we're looking at this, and not open it to discussion, but create a survey for the school community council chairs to weigh in on? And what if we did a survey of administrators? So that still gives us parents and teachers at a later point, just to wrap our heads around what these, and maybe PTA would be another one, just their leadership. Like, this would just give us kind of a feel for what the appetite's like out there, so that when we do go to teachers and we do go to parents, that we have a direction, that, because it sounds like we don't have a direction yet, at least I don't, of where I even want to go. So how can I survey something I don't want to know, but I don't know where I want to go? But these folks might be able, since they're all in leadership in one way or another, help us form the direction of what we do, where we should go with this. That's just an idea. Shall we survey a more select group?
I don't know if we'd be ready for that by.
Well, I think Tuesday we would just say, hey, this is something we're looking at. Look for a survey that will be coming out at some point.
Sure, we could broach it then. I think even if there's a bill by then that might be out by next Tuesday that addresses the issue with, I know a couple of senators and the state senators are working on a potential pilot and seeking funding sources for that, and it might be out by next Tuesday. That might be a good segue, since I think we're going to give a legislative update on a couple of topics that might be.
In fact, don't even make it a separate agenda item. You just bring it up in the legislative process and say, we might be coming out to you to do some kind of survey. Just start talking to people.
Correct. Even if it's not a bill by then, there are bills and there are it is being talked about up there because of the harm being done to social media. The first bill that was passed out of the House and the Senate that the governor already signed was the bill that extended the deadline for social media companies to get in line. So there's a segue there that we could easily broach and talk to JPAC with.
Who is sponsoring bills regarding this, or who's researching bills? You know?
Yeah, we've met with. Well, I'd rather not say it's still behind the scenes, but there are a couple of state senators that have asked and inquired about us at this point about the possibility of piloting and looking for funding sources, and they've asked and inquired several districts, in terms of their interest in it.
So it is active up there.
It is. It is an active issue.
I'm okay. I think it's appropriate to bring it up in JPAC. I would not commit us to a survey, though.
No.
Don't tell them to look for a survey. We haven't made that decision yet. I think they can just know that we're discussing it, and if they want to contact us and give us feedback, we welcome that.
So I guess the question really we should answer tonight, do we want this to be a board directive or an administrative directive? Because I think you approach them differently. A board directive, you'd probably commit to some kind of a ad hoc committee to start getting our ideas, and where administration, they're going to take, lead, if you would. I think that we'd kind of need to decide that.
And that's my very issue. I understand that when we send surveys out, we're typically asking the community to react to something we're proposing. I'm not asking them to react to something we're proposing. I'm asking them, do you want to direct us to go in this direction? That's what I'm asking. Do we have a community public directive to do something about cell phones in school? I don't know how to answer that question, but I want to know, is this something you parents would like us to pursue? Rather than, hey, we've gone to the legwork to produce a policy, now react to it. I'm asking for public directive, and I don't know how to get it. Because if parents are saying, no, this isn't something we're interested in, I'm not going to waste any time doing it. But if parents are saying, look, we elected you, and we have somewhat of a right to tell you what issues you should pursue, rather than just reacting to the issues you're giving us. Every time we usually survey, it's, hey, we're proposing a tax increase. What do you think? Hey, we're proposing boundary changes. What do you think? That's very different for me this time. And what I'm asking for is this something you want us to do? As a community, is this something you want us to work on? If the answer is yes, then I'll tighten my seatbelt and I'll get to work. If the answer is no, then I won't.
So what if the response is different? What if teachers want it and parents don't?
I'd side with parents on this.
Part of the problem is that parents don't understand the problem. And teachers do, because they live with it every day.
Sure.
My view on the issue was changed by listening to this teacher today. I didn't know that on average students receive, 10 notifications per each.
And that was not responding to those. If they had responded,
right, if they'd responded,
to those,
it would
that
have been even
higher.
more. For me and my style of learning, that would be a huge detriment to learning whatever's being taught. That constant interruption.
Very distracting.
Personally, I mean, regardless of whether it affects people around me, if it was on silent, no one even knew that I got the notification. For me personally, that would affect my ability to learn. And I'm a parent, I have kids in the school system, and I didn't know about that. So if I got educated on it prior to being asked, do you think we should do something about this? My response in each of those situations would be, on the one hand, uneducated, don't worry about it. I like being able to contact my kids at school. After I'm educated about the problem, I would probably say, yeah, why don't you look into it? So I would prefer that we educate either with the invitation to give us your input or prior to somehow.
It's a two-sided sword, right? because there is the perspective that this is a distraction and it would be easier without it. There's also the perspective that this is the world that these kids live in, and living with a cell phone that has notifications going off at times when I can't look at them is a life skill. And I am teaching a child how to be a good employee when I teach them that self-control. And I'm teaching a child how to interact with their family when I teach them that self-control. So I think that there are a lot of ways that we could educate.
Educate the students or the parents?
Well, what are we going to send out skewed education to parents and say, this is all bad for your kid? Or do we say, there are benefits to your kid having a cell phone with them at school? Do we
Laying those out.
lay out both sides of the argument?
Here are the benefits that we've heard, and here are the, what's the opposite of benefit?
Detriments?
Detriments that we've heard.
Cons? I don't know.
The pros and cons that we've heard from teachers. I mean, this was just one data point we heard today. There's, I'm sure, lots of others.
And I sat down with one of the principals at a school that I represent, and that principal told me, leave it alone. It's not a problem in our school. I was shocked.
I wonder if all the
Elementary?
teachers in that school would agree.
I did
in
not
elementary
survey
school?
all of them. It was a high school.
I've heard the same from a couple I've talked to.
I think that there's consideration to be made on different levels. I think the teachers that are most exhausted by it are in middle school.
This is a high school teachers today that spoke.
Just one idea to throw out there back to Bryce is how do we kind of get a feel for what the community wants without sending out a survey to everybody. One idea is we could hire someone like Lighthouse, the research that we've used before, who, will do a random sample and make phone calls and then pull people in for focus groups. They can give us a really good pulse without surveying everyone.
That's a great idea because you don't alert everyone that a policy's coming, and then when it's more refined, then you still can go and survey others if you want.
But it does cost money.
Costs money.
But the result is, here's the direction they're asking you to go, rather than here's their reaction to something you're doing.
Then we go that direction, we put something together, then we survey, say to everyone, react, are we on the right track?
That's actually a great idea.
What would something like that cost?
5 figures, but I don't know exactly how much. We can get an estimate if you'd like.
Is that counting decimals?
Oh, geez.
5 figures.
I should need, nothing should be implied in board meeting. I should be explicit about everything. I really should.
That's like we're fifth graders.
No, it'll be over 10,000, I would assume. But it does, instead of a blanket, for those who may not have been part of it before, instead of a blanket approach, they do a phone survey, oddly enough, and then they would,
It's ironic.
Are you at school right now?
and then there's a callback to people who, so that they get a variety of people in different situations, and they bring them to the Lighthouse facility, and there's a mirrored window where you can sit in a room and you watch the discussion. They tell people that you're behind the window, but they soon forget, and so you get it.
It's
So what you do is
It really is.
you get to watch a discussion of a carefully curated group of people that represent different perspectives, talking about their feelings and reactions. So that's a more scientific and surgical approach than simply sending out an email with a link to a Qualtrics survey.
It's interesting, the group we haven't talked about surveying is the students, and that's probably where we should start.
That was honestly an interesting thing to listen to the student board members
Yeah.
at our USBA.
But with Lighthouse, that could be one of the groups, right? They could do students, they could do teachers, they could do parents, they could do they could do several different groups of people, break it
Middle
down.
school versus high school.
Mhm.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
And Lighthouse is who we've used before. We'd have to look at bids depending on
RFP.
do an RFP. Yeah, do an RFP or yeah. But we did that with bonding, and we did it with, I think it was bonding specifically that we did it a couple of times.
So let's do it. And then when other districts are interested, we'll sell the results to them.
We make money.
Recoup the cost it cost us.
Well, maybe you're onto something though, Bryce, because what could we team up with some other districts to share this cost? And it might be more global, not just to ours. The problem's going to exist in other districts. And so if we were to join with some other districts on this and research those groups, it would lower our costs, but the data should be fairly comparable, especially if we get like districts, Wasatch Front, big districts like Granite Canyons and Alpine and such. But that's just an idea. That might save us some costs, and we all have some really good information that probably is pretty similar.
Do you have something to say, Mr. Larson? I've seen you approach your mic a couple times. No?
Fascinated with the idea of using Lighthouse for this.
Is there a precedent for joining with other districts for doing stuff?
Not for a survey. I think we have a large enough sample size. We have 15,000 high school students. Even if we only did a survey of high school students and families, they would pull a representative sample. I would worry about, there's a lot of coordination. The times that I've been involved in using an outside group to survey where we're back and forth on language and that, I think it might be harder to add
Other districts
in because they may have different approaches and
So Bryce's idea of selling the information later.
I'm happy to pay the bill. I think that's information I'd gladly buy.
It gives us a good starting point to figure out what the problem is and what we can do.
You do this before the legislative session ends?
I'm thinking so we have some ideas. Maybe let's get some information and bring it back in 3 weeks. By then we'll know what the legislature is going to do.
Not do.
And then we can decide how to move
Why
forward.
can't we get the
Yeah, or not
RFP
to.
process going though?
Yeah, that's right.
That doesn't cost anything. Well, a little bit of time. A lot of time.
How long does that process take?
We try to have RFPs out for 1 month. So we'd have to prepare
Well, I
it.
think you need to get it going.
So getting it prepared would be a chore, and then after that's out, then a month. We can shorten that time frame up a little bit if you wanted. Try to have it only out for, say, 3 weeks.
Well, if you just prepared it and sent it out now, it would come at the end of the legislative session. Then we can discuss whether or not we want to act on it or not. Costs some to prepare it, right?
Staff time.
But then we could move into that pretty quickly and get some results in the spring here.
I would not.
RFP out, receiving responses, and then potentially telling them, we're not going to do this. Those who spent time responding to it. Is that what we're saying? Or just getting the RFP ready to send out?
No, I think we should send it out.
Yeah, I'd send it out.
There are always
You're right.
people that
The companies that respond equally put in a lot of time and effort into a response.
I would be surprised if we don't want to pursue it.
Regardless of what the state does.
I think the letter from the governor is a pretty strong indicator that they are putting this in our hands. This is not something they're going to lift. They're asking us to lift it. If I were a betting man, I'd put a pretty large sum on that.
I do think a survey like this with an outside group, very scientific, shows clear action on our part, regardless of what action they take at the state level. So no one could accuse us of not taking it seriously if we decide to do that. So,
I think the governor himself would be very interested in the results we find.
yeah.
Are we going to sell it to him? Just wondering.
It'll be 5 figures.
That including decimals.
Is that your recollection, John? 5 figures at least?
Yes.
In the 5, yeah, okay.
I could give you a number, but I'd rather wait. I was wondering, maybe the governor would be like to be in on one of those focus groups.
We already know it.
Okay.
I think it would be
Yeah, that's
fun.
true. I think he's made his opinion known. It's pretty clear. Which is good.
You want a motion? I make a motion that we ask staff to move forward with an RFP process to gather some entity that will inquire of the public regarding cell phone use in school.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Richards to direct staff to put together an RFP. Help me out. What was next?
Inquire of the public.
Just
To select an entity
Select an
to do
entity
some
that-
research
yep.
with the public on
Cell phone usage.
cell phone usage and what they would like to see or not see in schools.
And can we get that on different levels? Like, I'd like to see results on an elementary level, middle school level, and a high school level.
Yeah, same here.
I think that
it's
would be
different.
part of the RFP.
What other information would we need on an RFP, Mike, or John? Is this for parents, teachers, students?
Students will be an interesting demographic there we'll have to work with. But one of the questions or something we'll need to know for the RFP is there's multiple survey methods. One is just going to be an online survey, one's a phone survey, one's going to be focus groups. Are you interested in all of the above or any one in particular? They all have different costs and benefits.
I would eliminate the internet, phone and focus.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions, discussion, clarification?
I would love that if we could observe the
And I have to
focus
answer my
groups.
phone.
I'm already interested in that.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Tracy.
It wasn't all just my idea. Dr. Godfrey and I have had some past discussions along that line, but thank you.
Great idea, both of you.
I'll share credit. Okay, that is the end of our meeting. We do have some closed session items though, so can I get a motion to go into closed session?
Are you going to do it, or you want
I
me
move
to?
that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards to go into closed session. Mr. Robinson,
Yes.
Ms. George,
Yes.
Ms. Richards.
Yes.
Ms. Dean,
Yes.
Mr. Barnett,
Yes.
Mr. Dunford,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. So that motion passes unanimously, and we will now go into closed session.